All right, so I'm here with Carl Benjamin, who everyone knows from the previous name Sargon of Akkad. We usually do a sort of year in review. We talk about once every year, don't we, Carl? About basically what the last year brought in and what we might expect going forward. And I always love hearing your points of view about just what the last year meant, what we can take from it. And usually we come up with a bunch of interesting observations. Uh, Morgoth, who I know we both know, characterized this year, 2023, as the great walking away, the great moving away from the mainstream. But I'm just kind of curious to hear your thoughts on 2023 and what the ultimate meaning of it was, I guess.
It seems to me that 2023 ended with a lot of stress. I feel that a lot of people are under tension. I feel this from like looking at the Facebook feeds of my normie friends who aren't involved in politics. And like everyone's trying to maintain the veneer of normalcy, but you can tell that that's wearing thinner and thinner, and that people are having more and more troubles. And obviously that can't go on forever. And it doesn't look like there's any light at the end of the tunnel in 2024, really. Possibly in the elections, we will have good results. Who knows? But even then, what we're talking like a year or two off before anything gets significantly better, noticeably better. And I think a lot of people are just really feeling it. And I've noticed as well that the left are scrambling for purchase at this point. It used to be that their arguments were like a vice that everyone was in, and they would just turn it and squeeze, and then whoever it was would just yelp and completely capitulate. But I'm seeing less and less of that these days. And honestly, I think Elon Musk is doing a really good job in leading the charge on that. I really am happy that Elon owns Twitter, because I mean, he sounds just like 2016 me. Frankly,
yeah.
Honestly, what's the difference? Like, it's like he just watched all my back catalog and was like, "Yeah, I agree with that," and get fucked, Disney, and stuff like this. And it's like, okay, brilliant. That's a step in the right direction.
That interview he had with what was it? I forget, was it New York Times or whatever, where he just tells everyone to go F themselves. I feel like that was a very Sargon 2016 moment. I almost feel like you might have literally said that at one point. Right?
I think I probably did.
Yeah, like the dirty smear merchants is what I was thinking of. That moment in 2017, I believe. But that was a very like Sargon, old school Sargon moment for the crowd. It's interesting. I mean, we're kind of beginning at the end of things, but I mean, 2024, they've lost narrative control as far as I'm concerned. But what they have going for them is that they have total institutional control. They have voter apathy. I mean, like the spirit in 2020 is not the same, or 2024 is not the same as it was in 2020, and it's certainly not the same as it was in 2016. Everyone's very, very demoralized at this stage, and moreover, they just have a whole set of leaders that are no holds barred. We're going to keep Trump out of office, or any dissenter out of office, come hell or high water. And I can talk about how conscious this effort is, and I tend to think that they're asleep at the wheel. But you look at what was it this last week? This woman from Maine, this Secretary of State. She basically unilaterally declares war on half of the country or half of her state, and she acts like she's giving some kind of like HR dispatch. It's totally, there's no responsibility, there's no gravitas. It's just, this is what I'm expected to do. This is what we're going to do, and I'm sorry, but democracy is over. You are now voting for Joe Biden if you're in my state.
There is a palpable lack of authority in the West at the moment, isn't there? No one respects any authority at this point. And I wonder if this is what it felt like at the end of the Roman Empire. I really wonder, because the future, I think, is really quite murky. Like I'm thinking back to 2017, when Trump first got into power, actually the future looked quite bright. Like it looked quite
Yeah.
predictably good, actually. Thinking back on it, I was actually really optimistic. And I mean, Trump was owning the libs, obviously. But I also thought he was going to start fixing a bunch of problems. And he did start fixing a bunch of problems. You know, I'm not saying Trump's perfect or anything. I don't think I need to caveat with that anymore. But the direction in which we were traveling was so better, so much better than the direction in which we're traveling now. And so things looked in a way predictable. It was obvious that the left were going to spurg out. I mean, obviously we didn't realize how far they were going to go, but we probably should have guessed that there were no holds barred. But at the moment, I don't know about you, but everything looks murky and indistinct to me. It's hard
Yeah.
to know what happens when the powers that be feel themselves not to have legitimate authority, which I think they don't, and the public respond to that by simply mocking them on Twitter. And like everyone's like, okay, well, it's just Twitter. Well, it's not just Twitter, actually. I've spoken to lots of politicians over the years. They're really affected by what happens on Twitter. Like the entire Conservative Party in my
Mm.
country is essentially sort of besieged by Twitter. They're afraid of their Twitter feeds. They're afraid of the response on Twitter. And what they perceive informs their world and how they can react. And so if they think there's going to be a huge hate mob on Twitter about something, then they won't do it. They'll just live in fear. And so I don't know what is going to happen. I've got no when I say I don't know what's going to happen, I mean I have got no idea what could come up in the next 12 months. And I think that if anyone does tell you they've got a fairly certain idea, I think they're just BSing you, to be honest, because I think we're in
Yeah.
totally uncharted waters at this point. Who knows what this ends like?
Well, in 2017, I mean, I was kind of in this position too, even though I was a lot more disillusioned with the system, I think, than you were. But I still believe that there were sort of lines they couldn't easily cross, immune responses that would kick in.
Yeah.
But 2020 and 2021 basically demonstrated that there are no immune responses that can really kick in once all elements of the state are working in conjunction. And there are no lines they can't really cross narratively. I mean, they can
Or won't
essentially,
cross.
or won't cross. I mean,
Yeah.
we think that there are lines that they won't cross because of how we characterize them psychologically, right?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, like this is something that R.N. McIntyre, I think this is from Machiavelli's Discourses on Livy, although I'm only halfway through that book, but the foxes versus the lions, like our
Yeah.
leaders are foxes, therefore they don't want to use violence because they suck at it. But so I mean, there's sort of like a temperamental line. There's sort of like a capability line that they might not cross, but there are no like moral lines they won't cross. There are no respect for the truth lines that they won't cross. And as such, it's hard to know exactly I mean, it's hard to know how deep the poison has to go, how much of the system can remain intact once that power structure starts crumbling. And that's kind of where we are.
So I think that one thing that really, I mean, when I went on Tim's show the other last year and this year, and I said to him, look, your republic is basically over, and I think there could be no better example of this than the Democrats trying to get Trump deselected from the ballots, right?
Yeah.
You just don't do this. Even if you're going to lose the election, you are not allowed to tell the opposition who they can and can't have an option of voting for. That's just not on. This is one of those we believe in democracy destroying events. And so there are two states that have tried to deselect him. It hasn't worked, I believe. It's going to be some sort of appeal. It's
Well,
probably not going to work.
it's probably going to get struck down by the
Yeah,
Supreme Court,
yeah.
and that's what they're counting on. But this is why I think the government is not fundamentally
But
conscious.
this is what I meant by, look, you don't really have
Yeah.
a country anymore. You have two warring factions, because in a country that sees itself self-consciously as a group of people who are bound together by a pre-political loyalty, the we the people, they respect the opponent's right to vote for who they want to vote for. Instead, you have got the snakes trying to just get around you at every point. And so now you're not dealing with someone who approaches the subject of the election itself in good faith. You know you're dealing with someone who is dealing with you in bad faith and will cheat you as much as they can, as often as they can, and in any way that they can conceive of. That is, you may as well not be engaging in a democratic process at that point. What you are doing is having a war. It's just a cold war. And at some point, cold wars often turn into hot wars. So I can see why the sort of Tim Pool civil war is coming position looks pretty feasible to a lot of people. And honestly, I'm kind of worried. You know, I mean, we've got different problems in this country, but I'm genuinely worried, especially as there definitely are severe weaknesses in the United States where it was always assumed there was just natural strength. And things have changed under the surface, right? There are shifting forces underneath civilization where power moves from different areas, and you don't know that it's gone from somewhere you perceived it to be previously until that thing is lent on, and then you hear the crack and the creak and the thing falls down. I'm genuinely worried about the effectiveness of the American military, for example. I really think you guys should be worried about that, actually.
The recruiting crisis, I mean, the competency crisis generally
not just the recruiting crisis, although that's obviously a major problem, especially if you get into a protracted war with a power that, say, is prepared to take huge casualties, right? Of which there are a couple around, actually. It's not just the recruiting crisis; it's the competency, and it's not just the average soldier that is going to be the one that you're worried about being incompetent. In fact, the average soldier probably hasn't changed in his basic competency in most times and places. Like, there's probably not that great a distance between those people. It's the officers, it's the people at the top, it's the diversity hires, and the transgenders who are leading your military.
We essentially have a mercenary force, as Machiavelli would put
it. It's not that you've essentially got a mercenary force. A mercenary force would be a lot easier to deal with, actually. You could find them off. No, I mean it. It'd be actually, it's actually, speaking of Machiavelli, it actually strikes me as more kind of like a foreign auxiliary force, where these are someone else's men who are working on your behalf at the moment, but there's a good chance they won't work on your behalf in the near future. They'll work for whatever it is they are working for. And so but also they just seem fucking incompetent, right? They do not seem like serious professional people who take their job seriously. And it is just embarrassing, actually, to watch Biden's military at work. You know, and obviously they've purged all the MAGA guys. They've diversified it as much as they can. And that's just one of these core pillars of American power that if that falls, lots of things change very, very quickly. And I'm genuinely worried. I'm not saying we don't need a change, but I actually would, and I'm not on the AA train of America is the source of all evil either. America definitely has its problems, and I realize he's going to get angry at me about that. And he's not wrong that America is the quintessential liberal project either, and I am working on something that hopefully will come out next year that pretty much explodes liberalism. Hopefully, that's what I'm trying to do with it. So
the American State Department is the original vampire of the liberal world order.
Yes.
Or the post-European world order, right, in 1946.
But there are things that come after it that are worse, right? And again, chaos. This is the point. Or things that aren't chaos, right? That's the thing. Like the next stage afterwards is actually worse, I think. And I mean, chaos is definitely bad as well. And so I would prefer the good thing is that the liberal American state could be reformed, right? It will always have the desire to return to the Fresh Prince, but to be honest with you, I'd rather that than any of the alternatives at this point. Not that I think it's going to happen, right? Not just to be clear, I don't think that's going to happen, but I would rather us try and work with what we have than desire a catastrophic collapse of the current paradigm. I'd rather it transmute into something the more accurately represents what is required for the post-liberal order than allowing a foreign nation to take over, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I don't want Return to Fresh Prince is not that I didn't like the '90s. It's
Mm.
just that if we were to return to Fresh Prince, I would know that it was an illusion. I would know that it was built on debt, and that
Mm.
eventually, whatever fallout comes post liberalism would be experienced worse by my son and by our children's generation. We have to take the first step into this post liberal world order.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get through it necessarily, but we have to figure out something that'll work. We have to figure out what actually is solid ground and what is crumbling away beneath our feet. And the problem with the reason why everyone's so depressed is that it's not very clear what elements of our society can exist in the new world and what elements of our society are 100% dependent on this world order that seems to be crumbling out from under us. I mean, our
Mm.
financial system is going to be absolutely ruined in about 7 years. I don't know about Britain, but I assume it's going to be a similar story.
We're going to
The
have it
pension,
worse.
the pension system in America is going to be bankrupt right around 2033. In which case, we're going to have to run the money printers twice as hard,
Yeah.
or we're going to have to massively tax the middle class. Kick people off pensions. I mean, this is going to be a political crisis, and no one's prepared for this, and no one knows what's going to happen when the financial system collapses like this.
Yeah, it's really quite a bleak future. And Dan Tubbs keeps pointing out that look, it's not really the people in charge's fault. They always move into a position that's in checkmate, and so they can't really move without exploding the system themselves. And of course, none of them have got the incentive to do that. It'd be much easier to get their pension and just move out into the next thing and not be blamed for the collapse of the system.
Yeah.
And so we're in this kind of holding pattern where until the thing actually breaks, we've got nothing else to look forward to. But I agree with you completely. Like what comes next? Because I do think like a lot of the conversation towards the end of the year has been revolving around what's the dissident right for, and that's a great question actually, because the left actually can really answer that question. What's the left for? And they will say freedom and equality. They will say, look, we
Yeah.
want to break more bonds. There are too many structures that are holding people back from self-actualizing into the demi-gender, queer, furry, sexual, beautiful thing that they think that they are. So, okay, well, at least they've got a fucking mission, right?
It's
You
the
know,
French Revolution. Who knew it
yeah,
ended with furry transgender polycules? But the
but
French Revolution does end with furry transgender polycules.
under
That's
a totalitarian state, you know,
yes,
and
total
honestly,
managerial control.
And honestly, they've told us this from the very beginning. Like they did say this at the very beginning.
Mm.
I've gone through Rousseau many, many times, but the latest time I went through, I was just looking at it thinking, he's literally telling us we're going to create the Soviet Union. Like that's literally what he says. You will be as minimally dependent on each other and maximally dependent on the state. That's almost a verbatim quote. And it's just like, okay, so he told us that hundreds of years before any of this happened, or 150 years before any of this happened. Why weren't we listening? You know, why were we not listening? And so actually Rousseau's like, yeah, no, everything you're going to literally be the atomized savage wandering around in society with nothing that binds you to the people around you, and you all have to just follow these tyrannical rules and you'll be forced to be free. It's like, okay, then why are we surprised that we arrived at that position? Like
Yeah,
actually, like we've known this. And so the distant right, I was thinking about this. Like, okay, well, what actually do we all agree on? And I think there's something about the pride in the civilization that people had 100 years ago that actually would unite everyone. And actually, because I mean, I watched a bunch of millennials, because I as much as he wants to bitch at me, I still like listening to him talk. He's just
yeah,
a really pleasant guy to hear talk. And he's got a very soft way of approaching the subject, and I don't mean that
Yeah.
in an insult. I mean, he doesn't think in hard lines. He thinks in fuzziness, right? He's got a very aesthetic way of approaching the thing.
It's an
And
artistic
actually,
imagination.
yeah, but it's more than that. I haven't got a good way of characterizing it, but the the point that he, I think, finds very enchanting is that in Victorian Britain, the people in it were proud of what they had achieved, right? They were proud of their empire, they were proud of themselves, they were proud of their country, and they took obvious pride in being a bearer of that thing, being one of the pillars that holds it up and says, look, this is ours collectively, this is what we made. And I think actually maybe the distant right should start thinking in those terms and in that direction. So, okay, in what way could we say, look, a better future is actually possible? Because that's really what we've got to do, right? We've got to learn from the left. This is Rousseau's spell. I'm going to create a magical future for you. And everyone's like, oh, brilliant. Well, okay, I mean, they have actually created the magical future. It's just fucking absurd. And so we need our own sort of spell, as in what kind of possible world is there that would actually be amazing? And actually, it's one where you can literally just puff out your chest and say, yeah, I'm a part of that. Like, that's what we want for people. Say no, you can proudly say I'm a part of this, and I'm a brick in this giant edifice of the thing that we've built up. And without me, it all starts crumbling, and without you, it all starts crumbling. Without what we do together, it all starts falling apart. And so we pitch to people things like belonging and responsibility and virtue in a way that actually connects to a better future than what we have now. And it's that thing that I think we need to bridge, that the right at the moment is failing to bridge. I mean, I collectively, I know it's the right, it's just so good at critique. Like, it's so good at critique. Like, and you just like the
Well, we're
left,
good
and
at
I'm not,
noticing, right?
so yeah, amazing at noticing. But what now? Right? And what now? And this is a problem that the left had 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Well, this is what Karl Marx's critique of the young Hegelians was. This is what Lenin's critique of the sort of, I can't remember the other types of socialists he was continually going at, but like the other body of socialists, where he was just like, no. You are just critiquing. You are just critiquing. You are just critiquing. We need to have action. We need to have a plan to move forward. And this is a problem that the left has had, and the right is finding itself in that intellectual space where it's like, okay, we know things, but we can't transmit that into consequences. Excuse me. So the right really, I think, needs to be thinking in those terms. How do we promise the better world and start bringing it into effect? It's quite an abstract thing to say, but like, what else do we have?
Well, I would say, if I were to ask what the dissident right wants, what the right wing wants, that is not the non-mainstream right, that's all dissident right means. I would say that we want human vitality, both spiritual and physical. And what you just pointed to or alluded to would be sort of the spiritual component to that, the re-enchantment of the world. And this is the problem, though, Carl, that we're dealing with, is that the only skill that the modern world really still has, the only competency it's maintaining, is its ability to disenchant things. I know I was going to talk about this, but the only innovation that we've had in the last 10 years has been artificial intelligence, or quote unquote artificial intelligence. This has done virtually nothing except disenchant things. It sits around and creates creepy duplicates of other things that we already have, to the extent that it devalues the original's existence. That is the sum total of what
this is
it's
that
actually
amazing
done.
right wing critique. This is the amazing right wing critique that I was talking about. Right? We sit in our position, and then how do we translate that into some kind of action? Right? How do we affect the world with the critique? That's the question I think the right has to start asking itself. Because and it's been what the Skildings event have been revolving around, but it's also not actually going any further. Like, we're not identifying weak points that we can physically move into and physically do things, and it's because we haven't actually got the activist base that the left had 100 years ago in our position. We or more than, we need to be able to actually touch the hearts of the disaffected people that who will actually get off their asses and do something, right? We need to have them genuinely romantically engaged in something. Because I mean, I don't know if you've ever, I'm sure you've spoken to a communist who,
Mhm.
when you speak to them about what their dream ideal of communism is, they actually get quite like emotionally invested. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. This is going to be brilliant. We're all going to have everything. It's going to be a perfect utopia. It's like, obviously they're mad, but like, there's no point trying to convince them that they're mad because they're not rationally engaging with the world here. What they're telling you is what's their dream fantasy. And actually, we need to be able to instill and bring forth this from the people on our side. It's like, look, we need to be able to give them the utopia. And actually, the utopia is just people getting married and having kids and being proud of the country they live in. That doesn't actually sound like that is that much. But we need a romantic mythos that will essentially enchant people into it. Like you say, the left is great at disenchantment, but we've got to find a way through it. We've got to find a way through it because that's the only way we get people to do things that are not fun. They've
No.
got to feel like they're part of the revolution.
Well, I mean, but you kind of implied that there, with the events that we've both participated in and with the basque weaving stuff. I
Mm,
mean, it seems to me that just moving in and physically occupying space is the first step of re-enchantment. I
mm,
mean, one thing that characterizes the right is that we're essentially the only people who are still making families. I mean, in the past, it's always been kind of like right wingers had a little bit more, but
yeah.
these days, like even left wingers that have started families are kind of drifting to the right. It seems. Uh, to me, it's a possible point of optimism that maybe we'll be the only people who are seriously invested in real life, and we can just kind of move into the vacuum in a real way, and that movement of conquest in real space will create the sort of necessary rituals for a re-enchanted space for which greater spiritual growth could come.
I'm going to pour cold water on that and say, okay, who's
Really?
educating your children?
Well, then there's a problem there, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
and I and
I,
I really mean it. Like I think the right does not. I mean, the optimism about it's right wingers having kids. It's like, yeah, and it's the school system, the educational system that's just formatting them into insane leftists who cut their own balls off, mate. Like they can literally persuade people to cut their own balls off. Like fucking hell, man, you're gonna have to work really hard to persuade them to be a right winger, let alone not only not be a left winger, not only cut their own balls off. Like this is wild. How powerful the magic that the left wields is.
yeah.
We need to be working on our own. We need to be working on these spells, man. And like there's weird purity spiraling already going on, like the calendar gate recently. It's like,
Okay, oh, we're on the opposite side of that, though.
we may well be, but like,
No, I
come
didn't.
on.
I'm not criticizing the calendar gate for being pornography. I'm criticizing it for being bad art.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
lame. It's lame.
if
That's
these
fine.
if you drew these girls as like nymphs in some kind of satiricon
Yes.
setting, if it was a little bit more classy, I don't care if there's sort of a layer of mystery behind it. I just don't want. I mean, these girls are part of the vanguard. They're the daughters of people who want to be a ruling class, and they're kind of they're sitting in these photos that look like they're catalog pictures, like they could have price tags on them, like I'm going to dump them in the Amazon basket and purchase them at the end of the session or something like that. I mean, there has to be a dimension of art to these things, right? I'm kind of right there. I mean, okay, it's purity spiraling, right? But it's also what we're talking about here
Well,
too, right?
the purity spiral wasn't about that, right? Because I
Okay,
mean,
fair enough.
the purity spiral was about, oh my goodness, Josie, the redheaded libertarian, is showing her legs. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
no.
I appreciate she's not in a burqa, like, but I mean, do you want the thing to sell? Do you want any advance in any direction. But like you said, the problem was the lack of artistic merit for the calendar, frankly.
Yeah,
Like,
Botticelli's Birth of Venus has a redhead with significantly more flesh exposed,
yeah,
and
exactly. It's exactly the point. It's like the amount of flesh on display was not indecent, like from a normal person's perspective. Like maybe from like an extremely right wing, theocratic perspective, yes, maybe that's the case. But from like a normal person's perspective, that was pretty fine, and no one cares about it. The problem really was the lack of artistic merit, and like you could have got AI to just like do something with the pictures, like the Josie the redhead woman. She's in a kitchen, and it looks like it looks two dimensional. It's like
looks like
get
IKEA.
yeah, it looks like IKEA. Get the AI to make things glow or something. Make it look mysterious. Make it look like she's doing something magical. Like that was the thing. Like it was really uninspired and unthoughtful. Like the left would have done something. ContraPoints would have done something way more creative with it. ContraPoints does way more creative things with the videos. In fact, when was the last time ContraPoints put out a fucking video?
They're about one a year at this stage, right? The
Right,
last one
right,
was
right.
complaining about J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
It was like the third anti-J.K. Rowling
yeah.
video.
Average
When I
left wing
saw
work ethic. Yeah.
and when I saw Natalie Wynn appear on that, well, as I said, pro turf podcast, the witch hunt of J.K. Rowling, I knew they would have to do an apology to her for that. And your video is set, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the 2017 left had an aesthetic that was, I think, is kind of eerily similar to the alt-right aesthetic. That's the great irony of the vaporwave type stuff.
Yeah.
But the 2023 left is artistically bankrupt, and more so than the right is,
Yeah.
well, much more so than the right is. Actually, there's a lot of good content coming out of the right. It just there's not a lot of enthusiasm on the right wing. So while there's a lot of individual creators that are notable, the mainstay of the right wing audience is just kind of beat us the next outrage article mode, right?
Yeah. I think the problem with the right is it needs to be able to create mystique, right? It's not enchanting yet, but I think it can be. I think there is the potential there for it. But like, I mean, for example, I'm thinking take the calendar game for an example, right? Like, why not have like you can have like an American mystique, like like an attractive woman in a barn surrounded by hay bales with an alluring look on her face or something like that. Suddenly you've got a lot more sort of American mystique there, because that speaks to actually quite a lot in American culture. And as a foreigner, I'm familiar with that sort of trope, with the sort of lusty farm girl sort of trope. But that's actually not a bad look, to be honest. That's quite appealing, actually. And that's something that they could have done quite well, I think. And it could have been highly shadowed. So there's strong shadows around, but her is the central focus. And actually, it didn't have to be necessarily slutty, or revealing. The implication would have all been there, and the mystique would have been created out of it. And that's the problem with the right at the moment. It's just, look, here's the thing, here's the argument, here's the slap. And it's like, okay, but that's not drawing me in and making something blossom in my own mind from it. That's the problem the right has.
It's oddly generalized. It's oddly lowest common denominator. No, not oddly. I guess that's what the
It's
the
not even
audience
odd.
wants. Right? It's just everything these days is kind of haunted by this large generality where nothing is specific. Or
I mean, look at like left wing art, right? Look at like The Matrix, right? The Matrix views itself as a left wing film, following on from left wing philosophical critique and presenting a left wing vision of the world. And the right can't do things like this, right? But The Matrix is something that totally grabbed people's minds and was like, no, I'm going to control you. The Matrix is a huge part of online discourse. The framing of the Matrix, the red pill and the blue pill, that's the substratum of online discourse at this point. And it's like, okay, but where's the right wing version of that? Why aren't we enchanting minds like they are? That's how I think of it anyway.
Well, there's certain things that the right and the left can and can't do based on what they are.
Mm.
There are a lot of movies that embody right wing ideas. I mean, the Dark
Mm.
Knight trilogy. I hate to say it, but essentially, reactionaries are the bad guys. It's like a neoconservative, it's like a neoconservative Straussian take on the ultra right wing, embodied
Yeah.
by like the League of Shadows, right, which are the true.
I've actually never seen it, so I can't comment.
Oh, you never seen the Dark Knight trilogy?
No.
Okay.
I'm not really a
Well,
comic book fan.
well, this is. I would say that Christopher Nolan's Batman series it's not. It is cape shit because it has to be because it's Batman, but it's not like the Marvel movie stuff. It's
Right.
He's grappling with like serious ideas, obviously, and
I've
you
heard
can see
nothing but
it
good things. If that helps.
in Nolan's imagination. I get the sense that Nolan himself is something of a moderate conservative. He's not a Hollywood progressive, and you can see tropes like this appear in his movies a lot. But I don't think it's not possible to make a self-consciously right-wing movie the way it is, like The Matrix. I think that a
I
right-wing
don't know
movie
if
has to
I
build
agree with that.
organically.
I don't think
I
I
mean,
agree. I think that's what Lord of the Rings was.
Yeah, well, okay. I would say that Lord of the Rings is much less intentionally ideological than The Matrix. The Matrix bore the Wachowski siblings. I don't know what to call them. The Wachowski siblings' ideology was very much directly injected into The Matrix.
Yeah.
Tolkien's world essentially is just a description of England and Tolkien's general spiritual view of the world that incidentally casts light on things like monarchism and I would say both Christian and pagan spirituality. I would believe that Tolkien did not see a clear delineation between the two of them. And Lord of the Rings is very much an example of how that line is not super clear. But I would say that most good right wing art, like Dostoevsky, like J.R.R. Tolkien, like Chesterton, it's sort of obliquely real. And then the right wing, quote unquote, ideology kind of comes out of the realism as opposed to being directly injected in.
The thing is, you could make an argument that actually the thing is consciously political, and in fact, Tolkien wrote it consciously politically to give the English an enchanting mythology that would speak to the value system that underpinned the way they live their lives through moving through the world. And I actually am really sympathetic to this view because I think that he did do that. And I think he knew what he was doing when he did it as well, actually. And so it is. I mean, he wouldn't have called himself right wing, probably, but in 100 years later or whatever, however long it's been, we can just declare that is a right wing setting, story, tale, mythos. But that's the point, right? The right wing has to be in the business of creating mythology for itself, for where it's come from, for where it wants to be, and that has got a proven track record of being insanely popular and insanely persuasive. I mean, like in 2012, Lord of the Rings was the most popular book in England. Like it was voted for by the British public as the most popular book. That's above the Bible. It's just that is the bedrock of people's souls that was put down by Tolkien, just out of a love of the thing that he wanted to describe. And what's interesting is the left have the same view, just an antithetical one, where they do it from the hatred of the thing they want to tear down. So, okay, well, you need to tell us why your glorious vision of the future is worthy of love in the same way that the left view it as worthy of hate. You have to be able to do this. And instantly, one of the franchises where this is actually doing, like the people in it are doing a fairly good job. It's actually Warhammer. Like I hate to bring it back to Warhammer, but like, I'm not. I know you're not going to object, but you see a lot of the online discourse around Warhammer, right?
Of course, yeah.
The right is winning that argument a lot, and it's about the love of the setting, the love of the thing, that is really hammering forward. Like I watched Arch do a debate with this left winger on Warhammer the other day, and Arch was just trouncing him.
What was this on the possibility of female Space Marines potentially?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't just that. It was what was there was I think there was it was about the concept of gatekeeping itself in
Okay,
Warhammer,
yeah.
and the gatekeepers in Warhammer, they very much love the property and they know why they're doing what they do, and so they are winning this argument over and over and over. And I just see them ruining them all over the internet, and it's just fantastic to watch. And so far, it's actually worked, right? So far, the momentum has kept Games Workshop's tail tucked between their legs, because they'd love to just bend over and just take the progressive rogering. They would love to do it because it would make their life way easier. But they can see that no, there is actually a large group of people who are going to be really pissed off by that, and it's just not worth poking the nest. It's just not worth doing it. And it's that sort of energy that the Warhammer fandom have on the right that is allowing them to make advances and make gains, actually, which is and keep what they want kept, and so the right needs to essentially analyze that kind of energy and be like, right, okay, what are we doing? What do we want, for writ large for our civilization? And one good place for this is architecture, actually. One of the things that Woes and Harry were talking about on their stream was architecture, and it's like that is a great place to start, because you've got to look at this shit every day. You got to live in it. If we can't make just strident moral demands, we want our towns to be beautiful. End of story. We don't want to live in the ugly shitholes that you're forcing us to live in, and that's just non-negotiable. Build something nice. If we can't summon up that kind of, we want our children to look up at the buildings and go, wow, these are amazing, rather than, oh my God, why do I live here? That's just simple as that. You don't even need to elaborate the argument anymore. Like, if anyone rejects it on the face of it, like, what could they even say? Like, no, actually, I think you should live among ugly buildings and feel depressed about where you live. It's like, nah, that's not going to work. And no one's going to make that argument. And this is part of the re-enchantment of our civilization. This is part of being proud of something that you want to hold up. You want to say, no, I live here. I'm part of this. And I see the left do this with their little enclaves, like in Bristol. I see leftists being proud of Bristol and Brighton in the way that right-wingers are not proud of their towns and cities. And that needs to change, man. We need to have a mythos for them to buy into so they can be a part of building the future.
So I don't think you're going to get beautiful architecture until you learn the reason why you might build a church. A building that has no other existence other than to be sacred. And the problem is, I think initially, when we talk about great British architecture or great American architecture, they were kind of following a tradition, whereas the sacredness of the Christian imagination went from the sacred church to the sacred government to the sacred home. Like, the British aphorism that every man's home is his castle, where every man's home is essentially his own church, if you're a Protestant in a sense, right? And that is very much the cornerstone of this idea of the British village or the British common area. Or, I mean, I'm using this more generally. I should say Anglo-Saxon, because I very much include America and Canada in this tradition as well. White here basically means WASP or WASP assimilated. And I'm not so sure where we start when we don't have a concept of the sacred that exists at that deep level. There needs to be a concept of worship and celebration that exists for its own sake, and modernity is very, very good at dissolving that.
It is.
One thing I said, architecture also might be complemented with. I've been thinking a lot more about fashion and clothing too, as potentially another dimension of expansion, right? Because it's something that we have a lot more control over. But not to change the topic. I think the problem will come back to the same issue, right? The same issue is that you have to believe that your clothes, your building, your life has more significance than it itself just has in its raw material. One of my friends, I don't know if you've talked to this person. He's at our events, Jay Burden. He has an interview show. I encourage you to go on it. But he wrote an article about the tyranny of just. The word just. It's
Oh yeah,
just a building. It's
yeah,
just a country.
yeah,
It's the border is just an imaginary line. The British people
yeah,
are just like a category of genes or whatever.
yeah.
This idea of reducing things to their bare minimalistic components and dismissing them as such. The left uses this to essentially dissolve unwanted bonds, but it essentially removes any kind of reason or
It,
meaning from life. And
yeah.
how do you re-enchant the idea of place? How do you re-enchant the idea of clothing?
Well, the thing is, the word just, and I've long thought about this as well. I've been thinking about writing something on it as well. And this is how the left destroys the metaphysics that we have on everything, right?
Mhm.
When they reduce it to the mere material and say it is just this one aspect of what you can observe. Actually, we need to be really skilled at re-enchanting it on the spot and saying, no, it's way more than that. Look at what this is to everything else around it. Look at all of the virtues that it contains and how people respond to those. And if you can build up that kind of network of connections, again, very, very swiftly, then you find that the just argument actually just evaporates. It actually goes away very, very quickly, as long as you can just provide 2 or 3 reasons why it's not just a thing. And suddenly that thing then takes on a kind of magic of its own, then, because it's actually connected to other things. And I really think that this is what I was talking about when I said people had the pride in their own civilization. They thought they were upholding something, right? They weren't just living for themselves, they were actually living for other people and for something else. Like, there
Mhm.
definitely used to be a view in England 100 years ago that the people of England were doing something. There
Mhm.
definitely used to be this view. And in America as well, I imagine. Like the no, we are on the we are doing something. Whatever it is that whatever metaphysics stand on top of the physical world here, this is important for us to hold up. And I'm doing my part. Like that was in people's minds. That's why they cleaned their fucking doorsteps. That's
Mhm.
why they were worried about the neighbors judging them. It's like you're letting everyone down. You're going to make, if a foreigner walks down the street now and they see your dirty doorstep, they're going to think all of us are just disgusting. And so you were, no. We've got to like keep whatever, whatever the opinion of the foreigner was. We had to make sure that it was important. It was what we wanted it to be. Like they would take away, because it used to be, man, that when like an Englishman or an American arrived somewhere, that was actually an important thing. Like that was important to those people. Like if
Mhm.
an Englishman arrives in Burma, that's a noteworthy event, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you can get that from reading George Orwell's Shooting an Elephant. Like he's the Englishman in the entire story. There isn't another one. They're like 2 or 3, but they're guards or whatever. Like and this was the level of civilization that we were upholding, and we knew consciously what we were doing and why we were doing it. That's what we've lost, and this is what the right, I think, needs to start building towards. Like, no. We are better than them, actually, and we're going to show you why we're better than them. And you're not going to be able to refute this, actually, because you're going to see it in the act that we have, in the thing that we do. The virtue will be so self-evident, we won't need to describe it, and you won't even think to doubt it.
I mean, this is the attitude that my maternal grandfather and grandmother, who I never knew, um, uh, that's very much the attitude they had, and they were born in San Francisco, or they lived in San Francisco, and now modern San Franciscans can't even understand why. I mean, I've brought foreigners to San Francisco, and they're shocked.
Yes.
And there's a path. Like I have friends who live in San Francisco, and there's like this little avenue of streets that you can walk in to
Hmm.
completely avoid like the
Yeah.
area that has pure human excrement in it. But if you take any genuine track through that city, you're going to encounter a level of uncleanliness that is, uh, it's embarrassing for me, and I don't even live there.
Yeah,
And
but you and I are
it,
both old enough to remember that San Francisco used to be a glorious place.
oh
Like
well,
it used to be
every
so nice.
who doesn't remember that? There's, I mean, all of, I
The
mean,
Zoomers.
yeah, I guess so. But like,
Zoomers
take the greatest filmmaker of all time, British filmmaker Alfred Hitchcock, right? Every one of his movies is set in San Francisco or just outside of San Francisco. Vertigo, Psycho, Birds, you know, you name it, right? And you know, everyone knows that this area was a beautiful place. It's known for that.
But it wasn't just that it was a beautiful place, because that implies that the people didn't really have that much to do with it. It's just, oh, it's an area of natural beauty. Like it, no. This was something where there were a set of norms, customs, and behaviors that upheld a standard of civilization that is clearly declined, right? Like we can literally put the two pictures next to each other and be like, right, so behaving in one way achieved great things, behaving in another way is obviously destroyed these things. And so we need to be able to re-enchant why we do things, right? And that's a, I'm not saying that's easy at all, right?
No.
But I think that's the key. And I realize it's in the face of the most powerful disenchanting magic that has ever existed. But this is our challenge. This is the challenge that we here and now face, whether we like it or not. You know, this is just what we have to do. And so we've got to figure out how it can be done, because we've got to be able to have these sort of silver mimetic bullets like the left has that just go straight into the heart and go, yeah, no, I actually have to do something. Even if it's only small, I have to do something. You know, and then suddenly they're our man. You know, that's another one. There, he's our man. That's another one. That's another one. That's another one. And before you know it, you have millions of them like the left does. And they take control of the civilization. They drive it in the direction they want. Well, we need those dreams that we can very easily and quickly explain to people. We need to figure, and I'm not saying I know how. I'm not saying I've got it. I can at least just see what we're missing. And that's what we're missing.
You know, the thing is that these magic bullets that you describe for the right, they are going to be people. They are going to be sacred locations that are cultivated. They're going to require very, very high amounts of energy to produce, and they're going to come across. They're going to come about very, very rarely. Like, you know, Bukele in El Salvador. I know we've talked about him. He's got kind of like this dad energy. There was like a Christmas address that came out a few weeks ago, and everyone was gaga over it. And it wasn't anything very special. It was just him behaving like a normal dad.
Don't just it. It don't just it.
Well, I'm not saying.
You were. It wasn't anything very special. Are you serious?
It was special, but it shouldn't have been uncommon, right?
It's true. It shouldn't be uncommon, but it
should not be
special.
uncommon. Okay, yeah, it was special. Well, you could feel the specialness in that address, right? Like you could feel the dad energy. I'm convinced that this is just an asymmetry between the right and the left. The whole, like, there was sort of the leftism in general had a sort of magic to it back in the 90s and the 2000s. I talk about kind of like the mythology around the gay community, and you probably don't remember this, like the late 90s, early 2000s, like the Will and Grace stuff, like the sex, like this whole, and like I was kind of involved. I mean, I wasn't ever in the gay scene, but like that was like that culture of like this like liberated, like, oh wow, he's gay, he must know how to do fashion. Like this is everywhere, right? Yeah. But there's no like equivalent to that. Like the process of going from that to transgenderism and going from that to polycules, this is just an automatic process that keeps on moving people to a lower and lower energy level. It's just like all of the stuff that's going on with our government right now. It's all on autopilot. There's no conscious energy behind it. It's just people backsliding and backsliding and backsliding. So I think we just have to respect the fact that our silver bullets or our emotions towards getting people on our side are going to have to be cultivated and intentional. Whereas we can expect the left's emotions to be almost entirely unintentional, almost entirely kind of an unspooling of energy that's already built up.
I always love talking to you because I always feel so much more positive than you. Because like normally I have these days where I'm like, shit, everything's fucked. We're never going to win. Everything's destroyed. Oh God, you know. And then as soon as you start speaking, I'm like, nah, you know what? I think we can do it. Actually, I don't know why, but it definitely
Well,
remoralizes me. Well, the thing is, right? This is where the left views itself as the liberator and breaker of bonds. The right has to necessarily view itself as the creator of order and the forger of alliances, right? The
yes.
forger of bonds, and that's what Lord of the Rings is about. Actually, it's
Mhm.
the creating the correct structure of the world that is underpinned by moral legitimacy. So,
Yes.
okay, let's think towards that realm, right? And I hate to say it, but I don't think we need to invoke religion to do this, right? I think actually that won't. I think there's a reason why that hasn't worked, right?
I think that this in that sense is literally a religion.
I'm
All
not
you're
saying it's
saying
not. Right?
is
I'm not
all
saying
you're
it's not.
saying
I'm
is
not.
that
I
like
know.
we don't need religion to create religion. Sure, I guess maybe
Yeah,
not,
no,
but
no, no. Okay, yeah. I'm more than happy to take that and say this is a kind of non-theistic religion, maybe. And this is a point that David Starkey made about England and the English. Actually, he views Westminster Abbey as a kind of temple to England. It's full of all these great English heroes, and it's a kind of like non-theistic religion. And maybe that's what we need then. Okay, fine, And I'm not saying there can't be a place for God or anything like that, but I'm just thinking the problem is God in the worldview that the Christians are presenting is remote, right? And he's the most high, and so he is the furthest away from the real lived experience of a normal person now, who's living in this debauched materialistic world. So I think that we should be looking at eye level for them, being like, okay, well, look around. You could actually be part of making this street a better street. You could be part of making this borough in your town a better borough, the town, then, and then by the end of it, trust me, we're going to have something really great, but we need to start cleaning things up. We need to sort this out. We need to sort that out. We need to sort the other out. All of these things have to change, blah, 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 blah. But we have to have a positive goal in mind that they can be a part of, that they can be proud that they made. Like, and then you can build it outwards and say this is a worship of God at the end of it. If you want, that's fine. But I think beginning at that point just loses a lot of people. Whereas if you begin this new religion at the base, at the most small immediate place, then I think it's a lot easier to get people in and onto the
well, yeah,
path.
but Carl, I mean, we're trying this right now. Uh, Come join the military to build a better military. Uh, that's like I can't do that. I have to know that this military stands for something that's
Well,
larger
yeah.
than itself, right? So whenever you ask someone to be a part of an institution for the sake of that institution has to invoke a higher principle, which necessarily has to invoke a larger aesthetic and moral vision.
But it's not
Uh,
for the sake of the institution. It's for the sake of something else. The
well,
institution is a means to an end, right?
yeah,
And as
it's
you were
the
saying
sake
there,
it's for the sake of the true, the good, and the beautiful, right? But the
sure.
true, the good, and the beautiful in totality are essentially what religious believers mean by God. And I mean, obviously,
And I'm
there's a
not
lot
saying
of
it's not, but that's not how people conceive it in lay terms, right? They don't. Regular people, I'm telling you, are just not religious in my country, at
well,
least. And the average regular
I don't think that
leftist, I really think that we can actually start flipping a bunch of these people, because I think a lot of them aren't necessarily dyed in the wool like communist ideologues. They just wanted to make a better world. And actually, I think the results are all around us. We can say, well, look, is this the better world you're aiming for? So, okay, well, then let's talk about what a better world could look like and what's necessary to actually make a better world. And actually, exclusion is one of those things. Actually,
yes.
like we need to really think about who we get to actually include and who we get to exclude, and what criteria. And then suddenly you can actually have a conversation with a leftist in terms that they understand, and you're still working in the direction that you want to work towards. I mean, ideally, I would actually love to get all the leftists back into church, right? I think that would be the best thing for them. Right? I really mean this as well. I say this as an atheist. I really mean it. I would prefer if these fuckers just went fucking back to church. and just got on, you know, like go pray to Jesus rather than pray to the whatever bullshit leftist nonsense you do. Because a lot of them, I think, genuinely are just essentially misled because there's no strong argument on the other side. And
Well,
so,
they're looking for religion, like all of this
yeah,
stuff. Like when you see these women operating in government, I mean, they're trying to participate in government and play politics as if it were a religion. Like the
yes,
woman who she basically declared war on half the country by taking Trump off the ballot in Maine, and she acted like it was some kind of ritualistic casting out of Satan. Like,
yes.
oh look, I cast Satan out of the temple.
The
That is my
scapegoat who's
religious
sent into the
obligation.
desert.
Yeah, but
Yep.
she doesn't realize that that's not her job is not to conduct a ceremony.
Yeah.
Her job is to play politics, and she just declared war. I see the religious impulse, including the need to anthropomorphize these aesthetic visions like truth, goodness, and beauty. I see that all over the place in the
Mm.
modern world. I just see it misdirected. I mean, we could say, oh, well, does form precede essence, or does essence precede form? I mean, that's a good question, and I think it's going to be a little bit of both. But I mean, you get people behaving in this way, and you're going to see sort of a return of what R.R. Reno said, the return of the strong gods, right? And I don't doubt. I mean, like you talk about Gerald Tolkien, he has a theological book, Lord of the Rings, where that has no god or gods in it. And if you compare it to, Wagner's Ring Cycle, it's obvious inspiration. Like Odin literally appears, Satan literally appears. I understand that in the Anglo-Saxon imagination, more so than the imagination of the continent, God is always a silent party. And I think even in English
Mm.
Christianity, God is kind of a silent party. Hence why deism was so popular in the Anglican faith, right? But
Certainly
but but I
possible.
think
Yeah.
a silent God is still, in my mind, a God, and a silent
Sure.
religion is still a religion. And maybe we're quibbling here, but I think that that's what people want. People want something to believe in, and people don't want to put their faith in systems. They want to put their faith in people, and they shouldn't put their faith in systems, because behind every thing that you put your faith in that's beautiful
Yeah.
is a person who's maintaining it with their love. And
Yeah.
artificial intelligence is not going to change this, because there is no thought without moral commitment. And
So
so
it occurred to
artificial
me.
intelligence, yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
the way you were framing that it perfectly occurred to me because you're totally right that it is a religious impulse, and that religious impulse is the desire to save the souls of one's fellow man. Right?
Yes.
That's what the leftist women are doing when they're going and trying to get as many refugees into the country as possible. They
Mhm.
view themselves as redeeming their souls, saving their souls. And so, okay, that has to be the sort of underlying thesis of why we build the better world, right? We
Mhm.
are saving the souls of our fellow man. Okay, fine. Let's use that as the cornerstone and build upon it. What then does it do to X, Y, or Z? What then comes from this? If that's the I mean, and that might be it. That might be the bullet that we need to be able to forge into the projectile, like like I said, I don't have the answers, but like that's definitely the key motivation. Definitely it.
Well, the desire to the desire to sort of bring forth virtue and goodness in other people, and
No. That. I mean, that's there, but no. It's the desire to be the savior of someone else, right? That's what underpins the left. We've
Mhm.
got to transition this person. We've got to bring in all these migrants. We've got to get gay rights or gay adoption and all this sort of stuff because they view themselves as essentially saving the souls of the people that they're helping, the oppressed minority group. Right?
100%. And it is kind of frustrating how it makes you angry thinking about it, though, doesn't it? Right? Like
Oh
we've
yeah,
essentially converted all women to a religion that advocates the exact opposite of everything that they would ordinarily want. So, like, the religion
yeah,
literally like all millennial women have been converted to the religion that tells them that they should not want men who would make good husbands, and that they should actively politically work for the deconstruction of their own society.
yeah.
Every now and again, I kind of think back to how this has occurred, and I'm kind of shocked that it has happened that way. But you know,
No, you're absolutely right. It's totally remarkable. Like, and you just think there's no way my grandmother would have accepted this. My grandmother would have
oh
been
yeah.
insanely right wing by modern women's standards. Like she would, just both of my grandmothers would have definitely been questioning who won the war.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm laughing because both my grandmothers would have been uh, both incredibly right wing, and they were on opposite sides of that war. So, uh, but yeah, it's amazing. Like when you think about it, all of history is right wing,
oh yeah,
all of it, and the left used to have this idea that they were simply a continuation of mankind's greatest desires. But I'm wondering if they're even do they even claim that anymore, right? It seems to me that they kind of are going for this whole year zero shit. I mean,
oh
you
yeah.
know, I met my wife in this town, Victoria, British Columbia, and we met in a church. Like I met her there, and then we went to the seaside, and there's this statue of James Cook that we had lunch under, or like in a cafe, and I remember that, and we went back and visited it. And then, like a year ago, because of a fabricated hoax about like Native Americans being killed by Catholics,
They tore it down.
they just cut the head off and they threw it in the ocean. And that's the end of they're not putting it back up. They're not creating a new one. So now the commemoration of one of the greatest British explorers, who I don't think he discovered the island of Vancouver, but I think he definitely was the first to map it. Maybe he did discover it. Who knows? I mean, that was a pretty long time ago. But he's famously associated with mapping and describing that area first.
So
Now that's gone. Now that's completely gone. Now that area of history, and for what? For nothing. For absolutely nothing.
So this actually hits on a point that is a problem with the right at the moment, is the lack of constructive impulse, right? Because to get a statue of yourself, you essentially have to have built something. You have to have done something truly great. And on the right, who do you think there would be a general consensus or even desire to have a statue of put up? Like, who from the modern right could get a statue?
Well, well,
Weird
that
silence.
is hard. I mean, the thing
But
is,
that wasn't hard 100 years ago.
well,
Like,
if you're an
something great would
explorer,
happen, and they'd be like, "Well, we better put up a statue." Like, there were statues everywhere, like
look,
literally everywhere in my country.
if Elon Musk becomes Caesar, then there'll probably be a statue to him.
You know,
But
hasn't Elon Musk done enough?
yeah,
Has he not done enough? Does he not deserve a statue?
Not yet. Because the thing is, he is still in the mode of being. I know he has inside of him sort of the spirit of the lion, but he's still in the mode of the fox, and he's far away from this. We're in an age that is supremely anti-heroic, and
Yes.
it doesn't believe in heroes. It doesn't see opportunities for heroes. It doesn't try to create heroes. And so all of my examples for people who I might make a statue out of, they all exist. Like they all died. I mean, they're all like boomers and mostly older than boomers. Mostly the generation before the boomers that would qualify. Very few people of any younger generation who grew up in this anti-heroic age would require a statue of them. I can't think of it.
Require a statue.
Well, require.
Yeah,
I mean, but
that's good framing.
well, no,
I
but
agree.
that's what people
I agree.
believe. People believe that.
Statues.
But people believed in it's Victoria, BC is another one of these things. Like these towns. Like what that used to be a British town. I mean, it just used to be flat out like, oh, everyone there's all these Victorian houses there, literally. People there were like, okay, we're going to create Little England in Western Canada.
Sounds
and
amazing.
and I mean, obviously it wasn't exactly Little England. Like there's a huge English country garden in called Butchart Gardens, also in that town. And there's all sorts of like this Victorian stuff. And now all the entire heritage is kind of they had to have a statue of James Cook there. They had to. It would be wrong not to celebrate the man who brought this civilization to almost the opposite end of the world. And
you know what? I think it'd be wrong not to celebrate the man who brought me back to Twitter. No, I mean it. I mean,
well, where would you build a statue on Twitter?
No, we'll build a statue in real life. Elon Musk looking up, going like this, and saying "Get fucked Disney" underneath it. Like, I'm not even. What? Why not? Like, what? Why not? Why doesn't that deserve a statue?
Because I think we are celebrating Elon Musk in anticipation of something that we hope he will do, not something that he's actually.
Oh no, I'm citing something he expressly did.
But in a digital space, though, it's so
right. It doesn't feel real in the digital space.
Well,
but there's probably a statue of Tolkien somewhere, right?
Yeah, but Tolkien's prose, and I, as a right winger, everyone likes Thomas Carlyle, and Thomas Carlyle was famous for being kind of a homebody, for never leaving the British island, and yet writing about the world. So I mean, I'm not saying that like a person's contributions can't be essentially consigned completely to media, but the media has to describe sort of more directly the act of living.
Sure.
So I think Elon Musk will be more famous for his pro-natalism activity, and I think pro-natalism as a movement, I think that is going to be an organizing banner for the right wing, because it's just so fundamental. If you want more human babies and more healthy humans, then you are either on the right or you are so closely aligned to us as to, I mean, it sounds insane, right? But if Elon Musk was the man who made pronatalism work, then I would build 1,000 statues to him.
One person I think would deserve a statue, literally given the events that he's done. I think Bukele in El Salvador, right?
Yeah,
he has
the figure. He has the figure for it too. I mean, call no man heroic until he's dead. To paraphrase Sophocles.
But I totally agree.
But he's on the trajectory to be that thing. Yes.
Exactly. We've got to have some people lined up. And remember, we can erect a statue of someone we respect anywhere we like. I mean, we've got a statue of fucking Gandhi outside of Parliament, all right? So we just have to endorse what they've done and respect the values. So honestly, Bukele, my number one guy. Honestly, I quite like Malay at the moment. I really enjoy what he's doing. I know you're not as big a fan because he's got questions surrounding the fact that
he feels kind of strange to me, right?
He is strange, right? But there's another. He would look quite good as a statue, right? Because he's kind of weird looking. He's kind of intense. Him with a chainsaw chop down the state. That's great imagery, and that would be memorable. And that's a great moral principle to stand on. The managerial administrative state needs to be cut down. And this is the guy who did it in Argentina. And we should follow his example. Look at what he did. Afuera, everything, right? Fantastic. I could definitely endorse a statue of that. Definitely. Because you've got the mythos, the moral principle, and the event. So
I do not know what archetype Malay fits into. It's very obvious to see what archetype Bukele fits into. Daddy's home. That is the message he projects. Yeah. I don't know, like this we're going to get rid of everything and then see what happens. It might be necessary.
No, it's not that we're going to get rid of everything. We're going to dismantle the administrative state, right?
And replace it with
doesn't matter, right? What that's for the time and context of Argentina right now to figure out. And I'm sure there's a reason that this guy won the election. Right? I'm sure there's a reason. I'm not from Argentina. I know bugger all about Argentina, but from what I've seen, it's massively corrupt and has an excessively overburdened socialist state on top of it. And so, good. Okay, this guy's statue goes up as a monument to cutting down socialism. Simple as, good enough for me. Anything that looks like socialism, no, we're going to melee it straight through it. We need something that future generations can be like, yeah, so he brought freedom to Argentina. That's a great myth. That's a great thing to be in the minds of young people as they walk past. And this is what we need. Like Bukele is a great example of just a responsible man. Like
Mhm.
that's actually one of the great things that he's doing. He's saying, no, we're just going to lock them all up. I'm the guy who's responsible for that decision, and I'm going to make it in the best will and in the best way and for the best reason to get the best results. And honestly, I mean, I don't know much about El Salvador either, but apparently the crime rate is really low now. So seems to be
Yeah.
working.
No,
He
I mean,
deserves a statue.
El Salvador is much simpler because what he's
Mm,
already accomplished is, first of all, it's in a very understandable mode of male heroism that we've seen
yeah.
over and over again. So I can't say that he won't get corrupted. I can't say he won't go too far.
Uh,
But if he stays on the path that
Hang
he's
on, hang on,
on, he is that thing. I
hang
would
on,
say that
hang on,
another
hang
person
hang
that
on,
could be
hang
a
on, hang
statue.
on, hang
Yeah,
hang on, hang on. It doesn't matter if they're not perfect, right? It doesn't matter if they're not perfect. It doesn't
yep,
matter if there's something about them that is, a bit off, or it's the essential virtue of why they became who they are that we are celebrating with the statue, right? That's the thing, and that's the why the left are tearing down a bunch of statues now. It's just like, okay, but of course they weren't perfect, and we shouldn't have that as a standard, because otherwise we're never going to put up a statue to anyone.
yeah, and I think some of their. I mean, I think it used to be a consensus in this country that Lee was an honorable man, and
Hmm.
he was not a slave master. I mean, the people do this like
Yeah,
he had investments that had slaves in them, but
yeah.
so did
Who
like
didn't?
Lincoln and like all the Union generals
Yeah,
did too, right?
yeah,
Like he was the same guy as they were. He just fought on the losing side of the war,
yeah.
and we used to consider that to be a forgivable crime, but I guess not anymore. But I will say this: here's a statue that I will keep in waiting. There is going to be some monarch of England that eventually restores respect for the English monarchy.
Oh
I
God, I
don't know
hope
if
so.
Charles is the person. Maybe William is. Maybe you need a, a slight change of dynastic order. There's
Yeah.
still Stuarts out there, but there's going to be somebody who restores the British monarchy. And when they do, we will make many statues out of them. Or,
I'd love the idea. I'm just a quick thing, chat.
yeah,
I wasn't looking at the chat before. I pulled up the chat. Do me a favor, chat. Give me some suggestions of who you think we should put statues up to, because this is
yeah.
something that people used to do all the time, and is for some reason totally fallen out of favor. But it's like, hang on a second. This is how we create our everlasting heroes. This is how we create our pantheon. We're still living with the Victorian pantheon, for fuck's sake, that ends at about 1945. And so it's like, okay, but why haven't we had a single member of the pantheon since? It's like, no, we need more, actually. We should definitely have more. I mean, Trump obviously deserves a statue. I'm not
Yeah, if he
having
takes
any
out the
argument.
American deep state, I'll make a statue to him.
Well,
That I would give that to him, even if he is entirely destructive,
yeah.
right?
I would. Just because A, it'd fuck off all the right people. But B, he did the most unpopular thing for the political class and won. I mean, who else has like just been like, yeah, I'm running for president. Okay, now I'm the president. It's like, but you've never been in politics. Like, yeah, well, get fucked. I think he deserves a statue for just standing up for the American people in a time when that was deeply unpopular. Like if nothing else, just for that. That I think
But
was a good enough thing.
and like Elon too, he has the rockets, which also are very much
Yep.
in keeping with like Elon Musk is going to take mankind further into the solar system, which is a very heroic thing. But
It
this
is.
all of these figures though, like Trump feels like a very transitional figure. Like
Mhm.
I don't know. I know. I'm not the first person to make this analogy. Trump feels more like a Sula than a Caesar, right? Uh,
Yes.
I mean, he is the penultimate stroke before someone comes in with a
Mm.
restoration. And usually, ages remember the restorer, not the disruptor, even if the disruptor is necessary to step in that
So the chat's come in. Alex Jones is coming up.
process. No, he's a comedian.
Okay, here's
Come
one.
on,
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell.
I think
Uh,
there's a good argument for that.
academics. I come from an academic background, and there are very few academics that I make statues of. Even with great people like Einstein and
Yeah.
Newton, it always feels kind of strange. Doesn't it feel strange to see a statue of Einstein? And he's the greatest academic of all of the last 150 years, probably hands down, right?
Maybe. I think Thomas Sowell is the right one. I think he's the right one because
Really,
he's got
really.
yeah, because he has consistently made common sense, rock solid arguments, right? He's consistently made these. He's been dismantling the left for 50, 60 years, however long it's been. And I mean, what has he been wrong on exactly? You know, like if the conservatives can't be like, yeah, Thomas Sowell is our man, then no one's our fucking man, right? No one's done better work. And so, like Thomas Sowell, Roger Scruton, we should be able to deify these guys with a statue. We
So,
absolutely should be able to.
someone completely intercepted the one I was going to name, Sam Hyde.
I mean, I'm not against the statue of Sam Hyde, but I feel that the Sam Hyde story isn't over yet. So, you know.
No, it's not. But he best characterizes the heroic response to our age. Because I mean, the thing is, like, Sowell made arguments,
Yeah.
but arguments, like he did, he is the
Mhm.
solid. If you could get an award for making solid arguments, and this is why I always feel even statues of Einstein, the greatest scientist of all
Yeah.
time, are wrong, right? Even if you're the best argument maker of all time, if you're the Einstein of making solid common sense arguments, which Thomas Sowell is actually pretty close to being,
Yeah, you couldn't think of someone
arguments,
better.
yeah, our arguments are their paper, whereas Sam Hyde spiritually unmasks the age in an artistic way. He's like, this age is completely full of shit, and I'm going to show you that it's full of shit. And he's the great fool that shows that the emperor is not wearing any clothes.
You know,
and
I'm
that
just
is somehow
glad.
more characteristic of the age, right?
I'm just glad it's not an either or question. We can put up 2 statues. 4,
Yeah,
5, dozens. Like, I want every YouTuber from the 2016 anti-SJW era to have a statue. Here's Chris Reagan.
No, Chris Reagan.
But no, unironically, I do think we need to think about this sort of thing because you can privately fund a fucking statue. You know, that's not even that much. Like, how much?
Yeah.
50 grand to get a bronze cast statue?
Well,
Like,
they're making statues of like random obese people in cities.
yeah,
these
exactly.
days, you know?
They're making statues of shit all the time because they view themselves as creating this constellation of leftist heroes. It's like, okay, well, why aren't we doing that actually? You know, if we think of ourselves as a serious movement, we need to start really thinking about it. Who, like, you know, I wouldn't mind a statue of Evola, to be honest. I think that he's got some really revolutionary like takes in
Yeah,
revolt. I think this is
I
genuinely something that people need to think about, actually.
I disagree
You
with
know?
him, and that's a good step. But here's a better one: statue of Enoch Powell.
Yeah.
I think that would represent everything, and because his reputation was destroyed for being right.
So did you say Enoch Powell?
Yeah,
Yeah, totally.
like he tells the story. I mean, when we tell the story of the 20th century,
Yeah.
he will be the main character that's like, well, he was a representation of a British elite that never came into power, and instead we chose Tony Blair, right? We chose Tony Blair.
It's more than that. It's more than that.
And that's
He's
the
the
tragedy of democracy. Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, Enoch Powell is the representation of the loyal British elite.
Yes,
that's the thing. It's not just they didn't come into power; they were loyal to the country. That's what is great about Enoch Powell.
There will be a statue of Enoch Powell. It will not be a statue of triumph, but it will be a statue of the remembrance of a tragic time period, and he will be the representation of that tragedy.
Yeah,
and I don't know where that statue will be, but we will remember him for that moment in history. And I guess it's easier to say that.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of Scruton. Someone's saying Scruton. Oh, yeah,
I'm not sure that a terrorist is someone we should actually put a statue up to. Not yet, anyway.
Not that I haven't seen Mandela statues, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, wasn't Pankhurst a terrorist?
Who?
Emmeline Pankhurst.
I think I'm not so familiar with her.
I'm reasonably sure she was a terrorist, and there's a statue of her outside of Parliament. So
Yeah, all of these guys were. All of these guys were. You know, all these leftists in the
yeah,
mid 20th century were involved in these anti-colonial terrorist struggles, which I guess we're now seeing the fruits of, right? I mean,
yeah.
this
Someone in the
is
chat,
why.
Mel Gibson.
Yeah, decked out like in Road Warrior. That would be hilarious.
There is an Arnold Schwarzenegger statue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember where it is now. Let me.
Yeah. Well, I'm Hollywood, right? I don't know. Where would it be? Austria?
I think it's probably in Austria.
Hmm. Here's actually a good segue, though, Carl.
Oh, it's in Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just looking now.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it's in his bodybuilder pose.
Oh, okay. Maybe he won
Mr. Universe,
Mr. Universe. There, he could have won
Yeah.
it there. That sounds like Columbus would have hosted something like that.
Yeah.
Just the kind of
But
place.
this is the kind of thing that we need to be thinking about. Like, okay, we're going to build the world. We've got the values. We know what we want. How do we get to the point? And I mean, a Bukele statue would be great, actually, because he's got some great speeches. Like some of his speeches, there was one particular speech he had about values that he gave in front of the military in El Salvador, and it was honestly, it genuinely teared me up, man. Like, what? Why can't we take a quote from that, put that on a fucking plaque in front of a statue of him? Like, why?
And also, Bukele will. And I don't know. Again, he could turn out to be a bad dude eventually. But if his life goes on in the trajectory where it is right now, he will be a model for future generations of young men to clean up their own towns. Like, this town is a crime bird. Like, I can't take control over the entire Americas, but I can make sure that this town, our town, does not have any psychotic gang members distributing drugs and murdering children. And like, in that moment, when I stand up and say, I know that I'm in a community that everyone else makes fun of for being small, but I'm still going to treat this small country and this small community like I'm as important as anybody, any other nation that has 300 million people in it. And a statue of Bukele would represent that even if you are in charge of a very small country, you can still be a large father to that country.
Well, I genuinely believe that Bukele, if he carries on as he's doing, he's going to be the most consequential leader of the beginning of the 21st century.
Yeah,
like his example will resonate going forward if he doesn't get offed in some way.
Oh God, I bet the the alphabet agencies probably not like him very much. But I will say this. I'm looking for people to be examples like this at the state level. Like Ron DeSantis was kind of that, and then he kind of got involved in this whole ill-conceived presidential campaign and stuff like that, right?
Like, can we have a statue of Ron Paul?
That's not. He's Ron Paul to America is a very similar character to Enoch Powell in some ways, right?
Yeah.
Although I think I don't know if he's necessarily quite as tragic, but
he's not as tragic and he's not as divisive, I don't think.
And he's also a little bit silly too. I mean, all American politicians are more silly than almost all British politicians.
Yeah, but Ron Paul's he's got a kind of softness to him, right? A kind of grandfatherliness to him that I think actually really works. I'm sure you can find a good quote to put beneath the statue on a plaque, and that would be a good principled thing for people to think about on as they walk by and they a statue of Ron Paul with a quote, like on the Karl Marx one, it's workers of the world unite. Yeah, how about you get fucked? Let's have whatever. So I think that's the sort of like, we're not doing this. We're not reifying our beliefs, and we need to start doing it. But I would definitely promote and donate to a crowdfunder that was going to build a statue of one of these people. An Enoch Powell one would be a fucking bombshell in British politics, to be honest. Someone puts up an Enoch Powell statue, like, that's going to cause a lot of trouble. And it's
That'd
going
be
to
an
be defaced a
interesting.
lot.
That'd be an interesting thing for some kind of heavily anti-establishment town to do,
Oh yeah,
as a symbol of their sort of disloyalty from sort of
yeah,
the Downing Street.
yeah.
Should I call it the Downing Street consensus? Really,
The
the U.S. State
Westminster
Department.
Consensus.
Ah, is that where they meet, or
Yep.
what's okay? I mean, really, it's the U.S. State Department consensus, but
Yeah. In Britain,
okay,
it's Westminster, which is it's the Parliament itself, and then the area around it where the
ah,
government happens, and all of the politicos go to the bars there, and it's that entire bubble.
yeah. I'm kind of. I mean, this is one thing about British politics is that it seems indestructible in a way that
Yeah,
Canadian politics is a little bit more similar to that, but American politics seems much more like it's going to fall apart. It doesn't seem
yeah.
like it's as consolidated. And I think one thing, I mean, this is what I also wanted to ask you about was the prospects for unseating the university system, which I think is, I don't know exactly what's going to happen to this, but the university system is one of the load bearing elements of the establishment consensus. And it's taken some body blows in 2023, some
Can you
huge blows.
imagine? I saw who was it? It's probably Aura McIntyre retweeted this thing about students refusing the pre-approval from Harvard, and
Mhm.
it's just like, okay, you've been pre-approved to go to Harvard, and they're like, nah, I'm all right, thanks.
But that's pretty huge.
That's
And I
massive.
mean, yeah.
Can you imagine that when you were going to university?
No, people would have killed to go to Harvard or
Yeah,
any of these
exactly.
places. I think like one person in my school got into Harvard, and they were
Yeah,
an insanely they were like this virtuoso violinist that was taking 3 years of college courses in advance.
yeah.
This is this is just the system needs to die, but I can't see it dying. It's one of those things, right? This Claudine. I mean, I've given Christopher Rufo a bad time for going after these academics for plagiarism, because if you're like me and you've grown up around universities, you've known that open plagiarism among university favorites has been an open secret for decades
Yeah.
and decades. And so, acting like you're shocked to discover this going on is cringe.
Well, look,
But at the same time,
I'm gonna
I can't imagine this is not going to have implications at some level, right? Because this is
I'm going to upbraid you and rebuke you for going after Chris Rufo, the goodest boy who's getting results. He's the next guy who's getting a fucking statue now, all right? Like, I'm not joking. Yeah, okay, from a snobby position, everyone knows that people in academia plagiarize. Well, he's making them pay for it. No, we stand behind Chris Rufo, we clap, we do well done. Take the next scalp, please. Look forward to the remainder of your work. Keep on going, boy. That's what we do with Chris Rufo.
as an element of a broader strategy. I have no problem with
Oh, that's
taking it
good.
to.
Because he's
It was
winning. He's
good.
getting results.
God, these people, though. I mean, the thing is that I feel like if Chris Rufo had embarrassed these people, then my progressive relatives would be more upset about it. But they're not. They don't care. And
Maybe, but he is putting the pressure on them in a way that they accept is still valid. Like they still think that actually plagiarism is bad. And I mean, it was the New York Times put out a thing saying she should resign or something like that. It's like, okay, I couldn't have gotten to do that, but Chris Rufo got them to do that. Like he's found a weak point and he's hammering at it as much as he can. Let's help him. Like we should be continuing to pile on the pressure. No. You shouldn't be plagiarizing. She's illegitimate. Blah 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 blah. Continue on. And someone in the chat was like, well, maybe a bust of Chris Rufo. It's like, yeah, okay, a bust of Chris Rufo, that'll do. But the but the point is, like when someone's taking effective action and it is effective, it is getting some results, just keep on going. We need to just keep hammering every weak point that we can find and just keep nailing them until they eventually collapse. So
but here's the thing, like these people are losing money, but we need this money to go to other projects, right?
Yes.
I mean, Aaron McIntyre has this list of what victory looks like, and the first step is to get enemies fired and money taken away from the system. Okay, we've got that through Chris Rufo. But the next steps are obviously get friends hired, get your own institutions, get funding, create patronage networks. All of that stuff has yet to be done. The system bleeds money away, but it doesn't get repositioned into anything that we could consider useful for us.
I agree.
And I mean, this thing, the reason why Claudine Gay is going down now, and not, I mean, like you, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Chris Rufo teamed up with this other journalist who has been on Claudine's case for years. Right? He saw her plagiarize, and when he brought it up, he was threatened with a lawsuit and into silence, basically saying that they're going to destroy him financially.
Yeah.
And so Rufo essentially piggyback off this guy's research, but they didn't, like, this guy, like Harvard was just essentially rounding on anybody with their team of lawyers. The second they brought this stuff up, the reason why they connected through and got this accusation going now is that Harvard's funding class is jumping ship because of the brouhaha around the Israel-Palestine thing. That's what shattered the coalition, because now half of Harvard's legal team is essentially defecting on them.
Yes.
And half of their support networks defecting on them.
Wonderful. Whatever pressure can be put on them should be put on them and leveraged open.
Yeah.
Break it apart.
But I need them to fund projects that I like.
You need Elon Musk to fund projects you like. And what you need is that silver bullet dream that you can sell to them and make them want to give you money, right? That's the thing. And so if you be like, look, we're going to, I don't know, we're literally going to turn fucking this suburb of San Francisco into the Shire, but we need private police and a cleanup crew. And then we're going to put a statue of Elon Musk up for being a man who's taking us to Mars. Maybe you'll get it. Maybe you'll get it. Who knows? Like he's got $250 billion in assets. Maybe you can. Do we ever petition Elon Musk for money? Like, has anyone tried petitioning him for money? Actually,
yeah. I mean,
he is the richest man in the world, and he is on our side. Like,
that is absolutely true, and maybe he will be the sugar daddy. But what we need to have is just, we can't be a single point of failure. What we need to have is a way to be rich and support the right wing that does not get you destroyed.
Yes.
And currently we don't have that, right? Because Elon Musk, the reason why he's outspoken is that he's rich enough to tell the New York Times to go, fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Most billionaires, as Kanye West learned, and you could argue over whether he died on the right hill, but if you go out and tell the mainstream consensus to go F yourself, that usually results in you not being a billionaire anymore, which is why it's not safe to be a right-wing sugar daddy, and it is very, very safe to be a left-wing one.
So I think the problem is that we're not understanding how the left gets their money, right? The left gets their money by saying we are going to do something that is an unambiguous moral good, and this will be virtue signal points for you, it'll be a tax write-off for you, and we're not doing that very same thing. We should be starting our non-profits and being like, this is, whatever, the Thomas Sowell Charitable Foundation for Common Sense, whatever it is. And what we're going to do is we're going to build a school and we're going to stock it with Thomas Sowell books and we're going to have courses on these things, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to donate to that? And actually, I think maybe the Peter Thiel or Elon Musk would be a lot more interested in that, actually. That would seem like an unambiguous moral good to them. And so now you have the institution that you've personally set up. You might get like $20 million or something from them. And then you start recruiting. Then you're starting the Patronage Network. And then it looks good to other people. Like, I mean, Jeff Bezos, I don't think is a woke leftist, right? So you'd be like, Bezos, do you want a statue? Come and donate to this. We're going to put a fucking statue of you up as a patron of this school, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're just not thinking on how it gets done for some reason. But the left they've all been down this road, and we should be just traveling that same road. Like, who's going to start the NGO? I'm happy to support it. I'm happy to be like, and the thing is, it's not like we don't have connections to these people. Like, that's the thing. Like, we actually, like, Elon Musk any day could reply to one of your fucking tweets.
Yeah.
Like, but Bukele fucking retweeted you. You know, like it's not like these people are untouchable or a million miles away. So we need to go literally get the Marxist Leninist perspective. How do we take the theory and put it into practice? Well, we need to set up the NGO. You'll need to set up the not NGO. Well, I mean, it could be an NGO. The non-profit, right? Set up a non-profit. How much does that cost? Probably not that much. Probably not very difficult to do. And they go, hey, we've got this non-profit. What we're going to do is this, this, and this. Just give yourself a mission, whatever fucking mission, just some bullshit right-wing mission of building orphanages or something, right? Like literally get the money, give them a reason to give you money.
We and I'll not to self-promote here, but us in America did set up a nonprofit this year in the form of the Old Glory Club, which is a sort of mutual support network.
Okay, but you need a mission. What's the
yes.
mission?
Well, I think the mission is generally to be a replacement for organizations like the old. Yeah, okay, I see where you're going.
It's far too abstract. It's far too abstract. What are you going to do? Why would I give you the money? If you say, right, we're going to literally clean all the shit off the streets of San Francisco, actually, there's a really good reason that Mark Zuckerberg might give you money. Like literally, you can literally say, we're going to be a non-profit. You just clean this place up so it doesn't look like a fucking hellhole. Mark Zuckerberg might actually give you some money for that. Like he put the money down to found a hospital in San Francisco. Like you don't have to approach it as a right winger. It's just going to be run by right wingers, and it will promote right wingers, and it'll be the patronage network for right wingers.
Well, if you do things in San Francisco, you're not going to be doing things with right wingers, right? You're going to be doing things with left wingers because they're the ones that live there,
and they're the ones that on how you run it. Like my guys didn't come from Swindon. You just say to them, this is the requirement. You've got to move to San Francisco or near San Francisco so you can work, and then you get the money. This, and the thing is, all the people in fucking LA and San Francisco didn't come from LA and San Francisco either. They're all fucking imports. They go there as a kind of mecca.
I know I've mentioned this to the Old Glory Club, and I'm kind of what do you call it? Not ancillary, but auxiliary member, sort of, because I'm not part of their meetings. But an obvious position to fill in the present day is to go into education and tutoring.
Yes.
That is the obvious gap that is going on right now. We're in the middle of an educational crisis, both at the K-12 level and at the post-secondary level. We're also in an academic truth crisis. So that's the gap that needs to be filled. And it's also something the left cannot do.
Perfect. Okay. So who would you say is the greatest ancient educator? Maybe the Aristotle Institute?
Yeah,
something like
Aristotle. That. I probably pick someone more obscure, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, sort of modeling it off of AA.
Dave, you're such a hipster. Agency. I swear to God.
Hey, I'm Californian. I'm wearing
I know.
Every time I wear a suit, I don't wear a tie, right? That's just my culture. That's my spirit, right?
Okay, so the Aristotle Institute for Classical Education, right? This is literally what you, academic agent, like Ed Dutton, any other, like, any of the right-wing academics could set up, and you could literally have your mission statement is, we are going to recreate the classical education that the Victorians gave to their children, and we're going to give it away for free to every school in the country, right? Give us money. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, because again, he's not a raging leftist, right? And of course, Elon Musk. And man, Elon Musk is definitely going to get in on that, right? Elon Musk, if you sold it to him right, and be like, Elon, the reason things have gone to shit is because Aristotle is missing from every classroom. He'll probably go, yeah, that's true. Obviously. Yeah. And you go, okay, well, we're going to fix it and literally create these courses we will give away for free, and suddenly you've got money in your pocket. All you have to do is the thing that you said you were going to do, and suddenly you're making a tangible impact.
So there are classical Christian education.
Statue of Aristotle. God damn it. Why don't we have one of those? God damn, man.
There must be. Come on.
Oh yeah, no, there will be in Greece, but like we don't have one here, right? Like there's like we don't have one. I mean, you've probably got one in like the fucking Library of Congress or something with Muhammad. But
Yeah, no. Do you remember that statue of Slanesh they put up with the tentacles in New York
yeah,
on the court building? Do you know
yeah, I
that
do.
replaced the statue of Muhammad?
I'd rather the statue of Muhammad.
No, well, I mean, they took down the statue of Muhammad because they thought it was offensive to Muslims, and then they literally put up a pagan demonic idol in his place to be less offensive to Muslims
I
than the
really
statue.
would like to know what Muhammad's opinion on that would be. I would love to know what Muhammad's personal opinion on that would be.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's
I
just a
mean,
pagan god, Muhammad. I'm sure it's going to be okay, right?
yeah, it doesn't matter that the original statue of Muhammad was meant to be a olive branch to Islam itself,
Yeah,
but I mean
and
this
respect
is
for him
the
as a lawmaker. You know,
yeah,
that's fine.
exactly right. Like that,
Yeah,
because in the early 20th century vision, Muhammad was just the Moses of the Muslims, right?
yeah.
Which is not such a far cry from how he's treated in Islam. So
Well, the
there
thing
you
is, as
go.
well, there's something self-confident about being able to honor the worthy notables of other civilizations as equals, right? There's something self-confident about that.
Yeah,
There's something ennobling about that, but we're not in a position to do it. We're being subsumed. We've
yeah.
totally lost our backbone and our own essence, and so we're not in a position to do that. So it looks bad if we were to do that now. But 100 years ago or 200 years ago, whenever they put up the statue, it would have looked totally respectable, and it makes them
Yeah.
look strong by doing it. You know?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the education thing, building on the classical Christian education
Mm,
idea, you could do a tutoring dimension to that, which would I think be the extension that would make it more complete, and also something that could be delivered by organizations of young men in particular.
mm,
And that might be something to explore for organizations like the OGC and the Beowulf
yeah.
Foundation in the future. So I want to keep that on the table, but something that's kind of come up and that's tugging on what you just said 5 minutes ago. The West has a serious identity crisis on its hands. We talked about this last year a little bit, and we talked about the meaning of being an Englishman,
Mm.
the meaning of being in any given. What is the people that I'm part of? I've asked myself. I've asked this to King Crocoduck when he was on my stream. I'm like, okay, I'm an American, but American is just a passport, like and I'm not like what is American about me other than the fact that I speak English, right? Uh, we
So,
have an
a
identity
couple of things
crisis.
I really want to upbraid you on again. Man, why were you so defensive when speaking to King Crocoduck? I really like King Crocoduck, right? I've known about him for years, and we've talked briefly,
Yeah,
and I just think he's one of the honest ones in the sort of new atheist side, right? Like
oh yeah,
he's not a liar, right? He doesn't feel duplicitous to me, and yet you went in, and it genuinely felt like I was back in like the early 2000s watching Christopher Hitchens BTFOing the Christians. I was like, no,
yeah.
why are you acting frail in the conversation? I'm not having a go. I'm
Well, that's
doing
fine.
it
I
from
mean,
love,
like,
obviously.
I actually had a conversation with this other VTuber called Counterpoints, not to be confused with
Oh
ContraPoints.
yeah, I know.
And I dug into him like there was nobody's business because he kind of pisses me off, right? King
Yeah, yeah.
Crocoduck, I'll be quite honest. This conversation I was having with King Crocoduck is like the third rail with American Jewish people.
Mhm.
I've lost friendships over this conversation before with
Yeah.
other Jewish people. They're very sensitive about this, but I don't know how to broach the conversation here. At some point, Gentiles are going to need to have an identity in pieces or in whole that allows them to defend themselves and to defend borders around their own peoplehood. And this identity is not going to be a fixture of some kind of liberal government, and it's not going to be eating turkey on Thanksgiving. It's going to have to be something that's deeper and more historically situated.
Mhm.
And as kind of a late immigrant to America, I am very comfortable with redrawing ethnic boundaries in all sorts of crazy ways. There's this meme from like 2018 going around about the ethnicities of America, and they have like Germans and Hispanics in one ethnicity, and then they have Jews and Asians in another ethnicity, right? Like they're all of the boundaries have been moved around in weird areas, right? I'm fine with that, but eventually there's going to have to be some concept of who we are as a people that is distinct. And I do not know how a lot of these ideas work without that being in place in some way, shape, or form. And I don't know. I mean, I guess the idea in old Europe is that the peoplehoods are going to remain more or less as they were in the Christian era, right? And there's not going to be some kind of fall of the Roman Empire redrawing of ethnic boundaries or something like that, right?
So I would say that it has to come from the standards of behavior that you uphold, right? Like, again, there's this kind of self-consciousness that the identity is reflected and represented in you. And so when you go somewhere and you speak to someone who is not English, for me, I try to be the best Englishman I can be. Like, I try to be the most English that I can be. Whenever I go to America, I feel very English, and I'm very proud to feel very English, you know. And I can tell that has an effect on Americans. You know, there's definitely something about the way I speak that affects Americans that doesn't happen when I'm at home, and that's good. And I like to lean into it. You know, I like to be the Englishman in the room when I'm talking to Americans. And it's the same when I go to Germany as well. When I was living in Germany, I was very aware that I was the Englishman among the Germans, you know. And so even if you can't really articulate it, you just kind of lean into being the Englishman, you know, and that's fine. That's totally fine, because everyone likes that. Everyone is predictable, you know. Everyone knows something about you, even if they've only just met you. And so
I think
that's what
that's much harder. That's much harder in America, and that's much harder also on the continent. I mean, if anyone ever needed this, it was Germany, right? I think, you know, I would really hope that England can save a concept of being an Englishman or an English woman from this era of chaos. But man, if anyone ever needed this,
that's the thing. It's not a concept. It's a felt reality, right? It's you feel in your bones. The way you were raised is not the same as the way other people were raised. And it's not that you've got unique values. It's the collection of values and habits, sort of the way that you have been habituated into reacting to things, the expectations that you have, and the things that there's a kind of cultural handshake that you say something, you expect the other person to respond in a certain way, and that completes the handshake. And knowing all of those things and doing them without thinking about them makes you English. And I very much, Peter Boghossian, right, came over, and I took him out to just an English cafe, and he was so obviously American, right? He was so obviously American. And so I essentially had to teach him how to be English while he was here. And one of the things was he has the insanely transactional view of service that Americans have. And I hate it. I hate it. I can't stand it. And it's rude, it's unnecessary, it's disrespectful. And so when the person you're talking to, the cashier, like rings it up and they say, "That's X amount, please," you say thank you, and then you give the money. And then all you have to do is say thank you. But Peter didn't say thank you, and I had to train him to do it. But it's the right thing to do, because that's the cultural norm. Because what that does is that recognizes the person is not merely a fucking robot, that they have feelings, and actually you are grateful that they have done something for you, even though it was a transaction. Like, you still wanted the thing, and without them being there to serve you, you wouldn't have that fucking thing. So you're thankful and you respect them, and so you say thank you, and that's it. And Americans don't do it, and it's insufferable, and there's no reason. It costs you nothing, and it makes you feel at home in the world around you, right? And this is one of those, and it's that was a very clear indicator to me, a very clear indicator. There is a cultural difference. There is something to being an Englishman, and that's part of it.
Yeah, I'm laughing every time you mention this, because I remember that there was a time in 2011 when me, Andy No, and Peter Boghossian were in a room having atheist versus Christian debates, and in Portland, Oregon, of all places. And it's just so surreal to hear how people have moved into different places over the course of the last 10, 12 years. But okay, but I agree with that, Carl, but the problem I'm dealing with right now is that
Hmm.
I'm from two dead cultures, and my wife
Yes.
is from a culture that's currently dying. My wife is very notably from a culture of what I call old school Canadians. Like they have all the ticks of the old school Canadians. But the town they live in, like or closest to them, is like Vancouver. It's majority people who come from China now. I am my mother comes from this clan of old school Californians,
Hmm.
like Hitchcock era San Francisco people. My father comes from a clan of Danish Arabian Germans, again, who've been ethnically cleansed out of Eastern Europe. Uh, you can be a product of a variety of cultures that are currently dead. And so you have in America in particular is a bunch of cultural free agents that all have kind of familial resemblances to each other, but there's no through line of history without some kind of molding that would get them to be one people together.
Well, don't you have a good example in the Jews? What's it like when
Yeah.
you're dispossessed of your homeland? Well, you have to develop these things, actually. You have to
Well,
develop the
I think they develop
self-consciousness.
over hundreds of years, right? And they develop through religious traditions.
Well, we've already discussed how almost everything we're doing is a religion, so that's
Sure.
okay. I mean, I imagine there are loads of Jews who go through the motions, but they're atheists, but they still have their bar mitzvah, right?
Oh yeah. Oh well.
Like,
I know a ton of them, and that's
yeah,
essentially who I grew up around. Right.
yeah,
The atheist Jew is an American institution. Essentially, they
absolutely.
essentially made the 20th century.
Well,
You know.
I think that this is something that British Jews are like as well. Like there are loads of Jews in British life, but like
Mhm.
you would never know until they tell you because they don't. They're not wearing the trappings of Judaism. Uh, like Rachel Riley's a really good example. She's a host of a TV show, and you wouldn't have no idea that she was Jewish except for the fact that she tweets about it every 5 minutes. She doesn't look Jewish. She doesn't wear anything Jewish. She doesn't say Jewish things. She doesn't use Yiddish or anything. You would have no idea. But it's in her mind that she's Jewish. And it's like, okay, well, this is in our minds. Like, I mean, one thing that we used to have in England that never occurred to me until very recently is there was a rite of passage when a young man first gets his suit. We don't do that anymore, and actually, that really annoys me. When he's like 16 or 18, when he's fully grown, the father goes and buys him a suit. And the thing is, my dad didn't do this with me because I think the boomers were just, the free radicals. Um, but I've decided that's what I'm going to do with my sons when they hit 18. And actually, I think this is something that we should all be doing with our sons in particular. Actually, because one of the things as well, like I saw a thing. Where was it? It was like from 4chan or something stupid shit like that. Where it's like, what can men do to have like the glow up, right? As in, women can wear all this makeup and like low cut tops and stuff like that. And what can men do? Well, that's been an eternal answer. We've had that for 100 years. It's the suit. You go out and you get your dad to buy you a suit. Then you come out looking like an absolute 10 in your beautiful and expensive suit. And suddenly you're not a boy.
Mhm.
Suddenly you are very clearly a young man. And actually, that brings a whole set of baggage and responsibility and obligations. And now you're in a different phase of your life. And we don't go through this rite of passage anymore. There's like
I think
no need to.
one of the most destructive shows of all time was Queer Eye for the Straight Guy.
I never watched it.
By Well, I didn't actually either, but it essentially, and it's not that, but a family of shows that essentially said that the purview of looking good and masculine was the product of gay, essentially the gay imagination, right? The
Totally fake.
and exactly, in some sense it's the exact opposite, right?
Yeah.
Uh, the 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 suit is not just a suit. The suit comes with a certain way of holding herself,
Yes.
and this is what my wife told me when we first met. I referenced it several times in this talk, but she said the thing that immediately knew that she wanted to marry me on the first date, apparently, and I had a similar feeling about her, was she said it's how you hold yourself.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that means. Well, I have a sense of what it means, and it has something to do with clothing. But when a father imparts a suit to his son,
Mm.
he is not giving him fabric. He's giving him a certain way of holding yourself in a masculine way.
He's
A
giving
certain
him manhood. This is your
Yeah,
father accepting you as an equal, as a man. Like, this is so important. I can't believe we let this fall into abeyance. And it's
yeah.
and Calvin Robinson who have been hammering me on this, and they've got me thinking about it because Connor wears a bloody amazing suit every day. And I'm not going to lie, he looks incredible. He looks incredible in the suit. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to think about this. So basically, when my son's 18, I'm going to take him out. I'm going to get him a fucking expensive couple of suits. And be like, right, son, these are your clothes now. The t-shirts are for the weekend when you don't have to go out. When you go to work, you wear that,
Mhm.
and you will look better than everyone else. And it will be noticeable. And women will notice. Women absolutely notice a man in a suit. Like my wife's like a goth, and she loves it when I wear a suit. And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, like this is something that's in women's minds, man. Men who wear suits are attractive. This is not just a slob. This is someone who's taken an effort. We've got to bring back wearing the suits. We've got to bring it
I,
back.
I love suits, but I don't like the ties.
Tough.
Yeah.
That's too bad. That's too
Oh,
damn
come
bad. The
on.
tie is a part of the suit.
It's California culture, you
Too
know.
bad.
Okay,
Degenerate. Not having it. No, the suit comes with the tie. That's what
uh,
I've been told.
oh, it comes with the tie. Well, we'll have to do some
Yeah.
variation. This, I mean, this is
You can be
what.
creative with a tie. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but what gives you the kind of casual look that's associated with the West Coast, right?
Yeah, but
That
that's the kind of Blairist look.
I know. That's the tweet that Bukele retweeted too. I said,
Yeah.
you can't look like Mark Zuckerberg when you're trying to be the father of a country, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Where's the cape, Bikali?
yeah,
Yeah.
take up the Franco Pinochet look.
Yeah.
That's the way to go. But this is we're mentioning the Jews, right? I mean, that's
Mm.
one of the ways that they preserve their culture through dressing differently.
Yep.
This is another thing, regrettably, too, is another way that preserve their cultures by being essentially an out group, right? So religion, dress, and then being an out group. And this is one reason why, regrettably or unregrettably, white identity is going to be a thing because it is the out group and the current DEI regime.
Yep.
It will just naturally be the attractor for. I don't know. It probably won't be like this in Europe, but in America, white American is going to mean something
Mm.
simply by virtue of it being the thing that everyone else is aligned against and which
Yeah.
you are called out for being part of. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, to link that to history, it would have to be Southerner or New Englander
Yeah.
or Westerner. But I hate, and I would much prefer it to be connected to history.
Yeah.
But that's just what's happening because it's becoming an outgroup. It's becoming an identifiable label. And I don't see how it's not going to organically feed forward into a new collective concept of
I
oneself
mean,
or people's
I,
selves.
I've been saying this for years. I remember in like 2017, I went on Maddox's podcast and was like, look, this is an inevitability that's going to
Yeah.
happen, because the left is going to force it into existence. And so I guess just make it look good, dress well, be polite, be intelligent, be well educated, be responsible, be dutiful. If you've got to embody an identity you didn't really want but are forced into, at least be the best version of the thing that you can be.
Mhm.
Be respectable, be an Englishman, because that's what they mean when they say white identity. They
Oh,
mean the English
they mean
identity of America.
WASP. WASP is not,
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yes, the English
yeah,
identity of
white
America.
Anglo-Saxon. Oh, Anglo-Saxon is England is a country. Anglo-Saxon is a cultural family, right? So, like, was
No, no,
George
no, no,
Washington
no, no, no.
English?
Look,
Like,
yes, of course. Look, is George Washington English? Obviously, he's English. Like, he's not
no,
Scottish. He's
he's
not Welsh. He's not.
Anglo-Saxon. He's Anglo-Saxon, right?
The,
That's
the
what we mean.
Anglo-Saxons are the tribal Germanic peoples who evolved into what we call now the English, right?
Mm.
So Anglo-Saxon and English are separated only by time, but they are the English are a descended identity of Anglo-Saxon. And so to say Anglo-Saxon is essentially to say the English in an archaic manner, right? You're essentially saying the founding stock of the English, right?
Yeah, but there's a difference between. I mean, we're obviously just dealing with overloaded words, right? This is
Yeah,
what we're
but that's
essentially
fine.
describing as Albion
Fine.
seed, right? Albion seed, right? How do you describe the English that aren't the English in England, or English in England that just moved to a different
Well, they're the
place, right?
English, right? They're English. That's just that's the ethnic group, right? To call them Anglo-Saxon is, I mean, you can, like, it's not wrong. It's just archaic sounding, right? It makes it sound like
Yeah,
I mean, you are talking about something in the deep past, right? When you say Anglo-Saxon, and so you're speaking to the hereditary descendants of those people, which you would call the English. And I mean, George Washington definitely would have regarded himself as an Englishman. Like, a lot of it was the rights of Englishmen were very much on the forefront of the ideas of the American Revolution, because
it's
all
hard
of the
because they were changing all of that. Like everyone was, oh, I'm a Virginian. I'm a like they
yeah,
were
yeah,
moving
hang on, hang
away
on, hang
from
on.
this stuff.
Yeah, but I'm a man of Wessex. Like, you've got Yorkshiremen, you've got Northumbrians, you've got the Kentish. These are sub identities under the broader identity of being English, and that's really how the Americans should think of themselves.
I'm detecting a secret attempt to abolish the American Revolution
No, no,
linguistically
not at all.
in this.
Not at all. The American Revolution is the most English thing that's happened in the last
It was a
300
very
years.
English revolution. I
Yeah,
agree.
it's
It was essentially a function of the
profoundly
Whig Party.
English.
It essentially was a side project of the Whig Party,
Yes,
arguably in England itself, which
yes. And there's a
go.
reason that they lent on Magna Carta in it. There's a reason that they lent on the rights of Englishmen. There's a reason they wrote it in English. And then when they do the painting, they've got the English flag in the bloody background, right? It's not that the American Revolution needs to stop or be undone or something like that. It just needs to be put in its historical context.
I still think there's a difference between being a Virginian and being from Wessex, though.
Of course there is.
Well, I can see it, but as neither an
Okay.
Anglo-Saxon,
Hang
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Right. So this is another thing. Identity is not absolute, right? Like, being
Mhm.
a Virginian is a subset of an English, a broader English identity, right? Which is why they call themselves. What was it? What was it? Marjorie Taylor Greene said the other day, like something about being Anglo-Saxon specifically, and everyone got up in arms. And I'm just like, well, why would they object to that? Like, obviously they're Anglo-Saxon. Like, look at the common law you use. Look at the language you use. Look at the way that you think. You think in English. Like, your names of your founders are all Englishmen. Like, what the fuck are you playing at? Pretending that you're not connected to England? Like, what are you doing? It's kind of weird. And it's obviously not true. Like, you're not some sort of separate thing that just emerged out of nothing. You're a part of a historical continuum.
Yeah,
This
but
is
but for
accidentally
most of
annoying.
us, the thing is that like I'm ethnically German,
Sure.
and so for many Americans, what we have is we have sort of this old school European ethnicity that still is actually fairly active to greater and lesser degrees, merged with this sort of WASP superstructure,
Yeah.
and then we have the original WASPs there as well.
Mm.
And so, I mean, something's going to have to come out of this. Something's going to have to uh, be produced out of this thing. But I don't think it's going to necessarily go in the same direction as it will go in England, right?
Oh no, it may not. Yeah.
I think there's actually going to be a shattering of different identities, especially with this whole like non-ethnicity of Hispanic being added to the mix too. Like there was a joke going around on Twitter that the 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 likelihood that you're going to call yourself like a white Hispanic or a descendant of Cortez is inversely proportional to how much Spanish DNA you actually have, right?
Yeah.
That's the stereotype. But this is gonna create, I think, a variety of different sub-ethnicities in America that are going to go in different directions than the ones in England, which is my guess right now, but who knows? I know maybe it's just going to be straight up, like you're saying, like in like WASP identity in America or something like that, or I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not going to happen. But like, it won't change the fact that when you say WASP, you mean English, right? That's what that means.
Yeah,
You mean
it
white
means
person, Protestant, with Anglo-Saxon heritage, that's
It's
an
like
English person.
it's like
Right?
Episcopal. You say Episcopal as opposed to Anglican because Anglican implies you're part of the Church of England, right?
Yeah, but it's still the same faith, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
that's the point. You may as well. You could just like in 1,000 years' time, they will just broadly characterize that as the English culture of America.
Our cultures, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. But in the same way that we look back at the Eastern Roman Empire and characterize it as Greek, right? Because it's got Greek people in it. You know,
Mhm.
but it's not like they didn't call themselves Greeks. You know, they said we're the Roman Empire. What are you talking about? You know,
Yeah,
and
the Byzantines.
it's that sort of effect. The distance will render the details so small that we'll just look at the flow of this civilization and say, right, well, this is England that manifested over here. Then there was a revolution called the American Revolution, and blah 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 blah. Right. That's
Mhm.
what the historians in 1,000 years' time will do. I think the Chinese historians. I mean, the Russians, right? They call all the English speaking world just Anglo-Saxon, right? They just call it all the Anglo-Saxon countries, right? That's how they describe us, because
Mhm.
from their remote point of view, because they're not part of Anglo-Saxon civilization, they just look at it and go, right, it's all English civilization, and they're not wrong to do it because it is.
Yeah, but I mean, will we still be after this coming upheaval? Right? I guess we
Oh
will be
no,
to a certain
no,
degree.
no, we won't. We'll be something else. I mean, Texas will be Latin, unironically.
But I don't know what that will mean because the Latin culture coming in is such a I don't want to put anyone down, but it's a very weak culture. It's a very go with the flow culture, right? So right now, a lot of these people are assimilating into sort of low, like underclass American culture, which is distinctly
Yeah.
influenced by African American culture or the degenerate form of African
Hmm.
American culture. So, I don't know,
I
like
don't
a
know.
reassertion of civilization would naturally align it to something that was probably more European. It seems to me.
I don't know. To me, Mexican culture seems quite strong uh, and alien, and I see it all over the place when I go to America. I see Mexican culture all over the place. I'm just like, okay, you know. And the thing is, I'm not
But
really a fan of Mexican culture either. I find it a bit cringe. Uh, so, and it's not the people themselves; it's the cultural trappings. You know, the like you guys don't like Americans don't seem to understand that countries outside of America don't have Mexicans. They look at it in the same way. We would find it odd not to have the Irish around.
Mhm.
Like so weird. Because I mean, obviously there are loads of Irish people in England, and there have been forever. And so you wouldn't think twice about it. But obviously we don't go to like not in Australia. We don't go to like, Brazil and be like, where are your Irish people? But Americans actually come here and are shocked that there are no Mexicans here. It's like, well, we don't
well,
share a 5,000-mile land border with Mexico.
and Mexican culture itself is a product of an identity crisis in the early 20th century
Okay.
between the more Spanish roots of the country and the sort of insurgent, we could call it mestizo roots
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
were more Aztec in origin and that were less linked to the more European nature. And so that probably is why you get a weird vibe coming from Hispanic culture, is that it itself is kind of a bunch of cultural elements uneasily being held
Mm,
together in this nucleus that we call Mexican culture. Like you can see this
mm,
even in like Mexican culture in California. Like half of them
mm.
are like these Aztec motifs, and the other half are like more Spanish style motifs. It's bizarre,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's
Um,
Catholicism with skulls. And it's just
yeah,
like, hey,
which is obviously, that's obviously syncretic, right? So when you
yeah.
see Mexican culture, it's fundamentally a syncretic culture,
Mm,
and syncretic cultures are fundamentally unstable cultures.
mm,
And I don't know what to say other than we're probably going to get a lot more syncretic cultures coming out of America
mm.
in the near future, and maybe Europe as well, but we'll see.
I'm not even necessarily convinced of that. I think that the doctrine of multiculturalism prevents that from happening. Um, it allows cultures to put up fences against each other and prevents syncretization. So I'm not even sure that's going to be the case. I
Hmm.
actually think that some cultures will just disappear. Actually,
Well, I mean, the old school California one certainly looks like it has.
Yeah. The
But
English culture here is definitely disappearing. Like London is not an English city.
no, yeah. I
You
mean,
know?
that's. Although I have to say, when I briefly walked through London on the trip to the VidCon conference, coming from New York, that town looks really clean. Have you seen New York recently? That place is not looking so great.
I haven't been to New York since 2018 because my wife wanted to go out there for our anniversary or something like that. And it wasn't too bad in 2018, but I can only imagine what it's like now.
It's gotten a lot. Maybe they'll clean it up in the next year or two, but they've got a lot of work to do because that place is not looking so great right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is, we hope that some of these cultures will not disappear in the next, I mean, I don't think English culture is doomed, or I hope it's not.
Well, I mean, nothing's final. Like nothing's over. We've been in worse positions before. Like, we've had it worse before. So it's not over. We just have to do our part to make sure that we fix things. That's it.
Well, what do you think that would entail for the new world and the old? And I know I have you probably over time, but
Well, there's no time limit.
I mean, how would you imagine an English restoration coming about, right?
I'm not even sure. One thing I do with my son is I make him read about England. For example, I've decided that he's not doing enough reading, and so every night I've been making him play half an hour of the piano, and fucking hell, he's good. He's getting really good. The Blinding Lights by The Weeknd, he can play almost all of it totally flawlessly, and like he's genuinely when he's got the whole thing down, I'm going to record it and put it online.
Nice.
And because I'm so proud of what he's done, and so I've got him reading now. I chose a book called Warriors, which is a book about the mythological heroes of various stories, because I thought he'd be interested. And actually, it's kept his attention really, really well. It's not a child's book; it's an adult's book. So he's reading something that I would find interesting and written in prose that's designed for me. But we got to Beowulf, and so I had to explain to him that I think that Beowulf is a very old story that predates when the Anglo-Saxons had writing, and that's why it's set in Scandinavia and written down in 7th century, 8th century England. And so, explaining all of this to him, and explaining, look, Beowulf is like our oldest hero. And then he was, and then he flipped through a bit and he's like, we've got Robin Hood as well. And it's like, right, okay, this is the sort of thing that is important, to root these cultural tales in people as soon as they are, as soon as they're able to. And that to me has just been, and that happened today, actually. He just finished doing Achilles, which was a great one, actually. Because he really likes the Iliad, obviously. Not that he's read it, but he's read about the Iliad in an 8-year-old's context. But reading through this chapter, and so we went on a walk today, and he's Achilles fighting, and he made my 3-year-old be Ajax.
Hopefully not parading his body around with a chariot, but
No, not Hector. No.
So Ajax.
The giant king of Salamis.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, not Hector.
In that case, hopefully not falling on his sword, but yeah, okay. So.
Exactly, and so I was Odysseus. But that's the point. And so he's running around slaying bad guys because he's got a walking stick. We both made.
Yeah.
And so he's running around slaying bad guys as Achilles, and so one of the foundational myths of Western civilization is actually alive in his life. Like, this is something that it's animating the fun of the world around him, and so now we've got to Beowulf. And he's just got to the part where Grendel is sneaking up on Hrothgar in the mead hall, and he doesn't know what's going to happen. And so we stop there. So tomorrow he'll find out what Grendel does. And he's been playing Mountain Blade Bannerlord when I let him play on the computer.
Ah,
And he's like, "Oh, the next character I'm gonna have is gonna be Beowulf and stuff like that." And so these things become a part of their lives, and that's really what we have to do to re-enchant these myths and make them mean something. You know, they have to be part of their lives. They have to be fun. They have to be vital. There's a reason to go through them, and it's working really well. He's really enjoying it. You know, and he's the one who chose to be Achilles on the walk and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's amazing. You know, I'm so happy that he wants to do that.
that's what I love about England is that, you know, when I lived there as a kid, it does, the earth itself feels like it's absorbed the history, you know.
Oh yeah.
And you get that a little bit here. Like we live in Princeton, and we were watching Oppenheimer the other night, and just thinking like, man, I bet the pond that they're at right now, like we've thrown rocks into, right? Like the Einstein and all these people are going. So I mean, like this is why this destroying the statues is such a desecration, especially in America. Like we have so few heroes, right? We have so few great men that, like, okay, I'm walking on land that James Cook could have walked on, or I'm walking on land that that Robert E. Lee fought a battle on. That's so rare.
You do have that though, right? I went to Lexington and Concord a few years ago to a free speech event, and you could feel the history there. That was baked into the land. You could feel it, you know. And so you do have it. It's just, I guess, California's too new for it, maybe. You know, but it is there.
I mean,
it's growing.
When I was in California, we tore down the statue of Junipero Serra, which I would consider a man of.
You tore down the statue of who? Sorry.
No, you don't know Junipero Serra? He's a Franciscan monk who created the initial missions along the California hook. So he basically founded every major American for a major Californian city, including, well, I don't know if he did San Francisco. I think that might have been just after his death, but San Diego, San Rafael, like Santa Barbara. This is why they have all the saints' names, right? He built these missions all up and down, and to convert the Indians in California, and this later became the seedbed for the Spanish-Mexican colony of California that later became American. And you know, because he used some coercive methods to convert the Indians, and this is a person who is, you know, like he's now a colonizer. And
well, I mean,
but like, you know, I went to the mission in Santa Cruz and in near Monterey, near Point Lobos. Is that actually, that's not Santa Cruz? That is, I can't remember which one it is, but and that's one of the missions he spent the most time in. And you look at his chambers, like his personal, like the way he lived, his room was the size of like a telephone booth. Like you could touch the walls, and he wore like a sackcloth, and he was a man who lived in total poverty, giving everything he owned to this project called the Mission. And because he used like coercive means, like what we would consider coercive means, like not forced conversions, but like, you know, harsh discipline on the natives. Like now all of a sudden we're judging this person from our comfortable 21st century lives. And the conditions he lived in were so harsh, we couldn't imagine a prisoner living in these circumstances, you know. And it's atrocious that we've like torn down the memory of this person. You know, why don't we tear down the missions too while we're at it, right? But I don't know, like we have a few of these characters in Californian history. It just, we don't have enough of them. And it doesn't go back very far, obviously. Like Junipero Serra was the early to mid 18th century, just before the American Revolution, I believe. I mean, it's San Luis Obispo. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's really nice. Yeah. Sort of university town. But yeah, you are right. I mean, like, I was just thinking, like, I mean, Alfred the Great, like, defeated the Vikings at the Battle of Chippenham, which is literally like 20 minutes away from where I live. And my son goes to school in a Saxon town that was founded in the 9th century. You know, things like this. And it's like, yeah, I guess I mean, you are right. Like the history is baked into the land very much. Yeah.
Yeah,
very
and it
much.
feels it, right. And that California always has this sense that all Pacific areas have this sense that it has kind of like this memoryless quality to
Mm.
it, which is very beautiful, very haunting in a way, right?
Mm.
But it is a different feeling to it as well. It
Mm.
also means that something is going to have to be done that's different when people reinvent themselves and rediscover themselves in that particular geographic area.
In 1,000 years, they'll dig up the statue of George Floyd and realize, this was their greatest man. This
Oh
was
man,
the
the
founder
statues.
of their new republic.
Yeah, okay, we need to essentially cut the heads off and put Thomas Sowell's head on those. Let's just do that, right?
Just
If we
saying, just
must,
if look,
right?
if we take nothing away from this, right? The right needs to found non-profits that will do something. I think the Aristotle Institute for education would be a great one that literally would just create the classical education we've lost and give it away for free and look for wealthy patrons to fund it, which is an unvarnished moral good. Like
Mm.
I can't imagine any of the Silicon Valley billionaires would actually think that was a bad thing, right? Um, Secondly, we need to build statues. So we need to figure out who we're going to build statues to and where we're going to build them. So that I think is real world praxis for the right wing that we should actually get on. Have we got super chats we need to go through?
Ah, yes, thank you very much.
Do you
Let's
mind
go
if I
through the
grab a
super chats.
drink before we do them?
That's excellent. Yeah, I will read through them and answer questions from the non-super chat before you get back.
I'll be back in a sec.
So, all right, cheers. I do like the idea of the OGC looking into education applications. I think that the Mutual Support Society is a good idea. And that's essentially the initial concept of it, was as a replacement for like Rotary Club and the Elks and stuff like that, as sort of a cancellation insurance thing that would eventually move into more political matters. But Carl is right. There needs to be more of a service focus to it. And it would be nice if people could take a look at things like, I think tutoring would be a very, very good dimension of that, because tutoring would allow you to leverage your membership of young men into providing a service that is both a service to the community and that interfaces with existing institutions that are educational. My wife wants me to turn the turtle light on, apparently. Doesn't even show up. My
You
wife
can't
asked,
you
you
can't make
can't
it out
see
now.
this. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Does it go down in luminosity here? Okay. Okay, there we go. This is
Still too
it, it
bright.
says, I know, it says what the shell. My wife has a Twitch channel where we play Magic Gathering together as a couple online
Oh, that's awesome.
sometimes.
I wish my wife played Magic the Gathering, man.
Well, it's funny. When we were engaged, I was into this game called Netrunner, and when we were playing in a game shop, someone gave her Magic the Gathering cards, like, and she's been into it ever since. Even
That's
like
very
going through
cool.
my old collection, so
Yeah.
it's interesting. You know,
I'm
uh,
at the moment I'm painting up some BattleTech miniatures. I don't know if you've seen.
oh no, I played that game. That's an
Okay,
awesome little
there we go.
game.
Right, so this is
Yeah,
he's half
the
done. He's a king
Warhound.
crab.
Uh,
But look at the fade on the front there.
that looks
Does-
like a man who has an airbrush.
No, it's dry brushing. No, it's just very
Oh,
careful dry brushing. He's not done yet.
oh,
I've got loads more to do, but
yeah,
yeah, me, my mum, and my son, and my dad had a game of BattleTech, and my mum and my dad were really enjoying it, and so was my son.
really.
Yeah. I know. It's because it's a lot more compact than 40k.
Mhm.
Like, it's still quite complicated, but the scope of it is a lot more limited. And so, like, you give them the sheet, and I just I showed them how to mark off the damage on the sheet. My mum got it really quickly, and my dad got it quickly too. And then when I was like, right, so we need to move to locations because it's a hex grid map, and it's got like levels marked out on the hex grid. And suddenly, it all just
Oh yeah,
clicked
I
very
played it.
quickly for them.
It's a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
game.
Oh, it's great, and it all clicked very, very quickly for them. And they were then like, right, what am I going to do? They immediately felt like they had agency over the game, and it was really, really good. And so I'm really pleased, and so I will continue playing it.
Oh my god, a playable miniature game. Yeah, I
I
tracked
know,
down. Yeah, I
I know.
with a gift card that was given to me, I tracked down. No, this feels bad buying things for yourself as a dad, but
Yeah.
with gift cards that the guilt can be removed. I tracked down a version of one of the few Games Workshop games that I consider a playable miniature game, which is
What's,
called Space Hulk,
how
which
is it?
is oh I play the video game all the time. It's a great
Yeah,
little
me too.
game. Oh okay. So it's fun. It's well, I actually haven't played it. I'm still painting the miniatures,
Right,
so
right. So
they're
I
all on sticks.
remember. I
But
mean, I must have been about 14 when I actually last played the board game of Space Hulk.
yeah, yeah.
And don't you have like little cardboard miniatures that flip over for the gene stealers?
Yeah, it's like they're like
Right.
radar blips,
Yeah,
and then when they're
blips. Yeah, yeah,
revealed, they become the models, right? So it's like Alien, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And so
so
I've got vague memories of it, but I really can't remember it properly.
yeah. I mean, what it's an asymmetrical game, which is I
Yeah,
love asymmetrical. Asymmetrical games are terrible because they're so hard to teach. Netrunner
yeah,
had this problem too. Netrunner is unteachable because of how asymmetrical it is.
yeah.
Uh, because the easiest way to learn a game is to copy the person who knows what they're doing, which you can't do
Mm,
in an asymmetrical game. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And BattleTech's great too. The one problem
yeah,
with BattleTech though is that I never really knew how to get into the feeling of it. You know what I mean? Like I know the feeling of Warhammer 40k. It's
yeah.
gothic, and BattleTech. It's like it's kind of anime and it's kind of 80s and it's kind of Top Gun and it's kind of like space at the
Right.
same
So
time. I don't know what's the feeling of BattleTech, right? What's the
actually I struggled with that myself. And so I watched a bunch of lore videos. And I've been watching loads of lore videos. And the answer is BattleTech is tribal, right?
Mhm.
BattleTech is a tribal game, and the mechs take on totemic, symbolic um, aspects. In fact, the King Crab is a great one because it's 100 tons and it's got two AC-20s on it, which is just brutal when it gets in close. And so it's this juggernaut that goes forward. And as soon as you see one, it's like, oh shit, that's a fucking problem, right? Because that thing, like anything of like medium or lower, it will just shred in a turn, like, and
Yeah.
it's over, right? And so that is a major thing, and so it takes on this kind of, and the Atlas, which I have one over here. The Atlas is another classic one because it's got the skull face, it's got these massive shoulders, and it's just this immovable brawler. And so they take on these sort of totemic um, and almost kind of a mythology builds up around the mech itself.
Yeah,
The same with the Mad Cat.
it always struck me that the world of BattleTech would have to be kind of post-technological. It's like they're digging these mechs up and they don't really understand them,
In a
and
way,
they're
it
kind of like
is.
partially spiritual. Like that would make
In a way,
the
it is.
environment more interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
no. In a way, it is because a lot of it's like lost technology that's being rediscovered. So the mechs they're using are actually like shadows of what they used to have, and then the clans come back from the rim or periphery or wherever it is they've come, and they've got amazing Star League technology, and so they just start trouncing the inner sphere. And the inner sphere are like, okay, our mechs are shit. Actually, why are our mechs shit? But the thing is, it's built on noble houses and tribalism. And so the clans, there's actually a BattleTech cartoon from the 90s that really, no, and I mean it,
I
it
can
really does
imagine it.
it does a good job of showing the clans for what they are. And they're heroic. They're like the clans are like living out the Iliad, you know? And the inner sphere are kind of like modern men. They're like moderns. And so when the clans are trouncing them, like the people in the inner sphere have got this mythos that the descendants of was it Kerensky or whatever the guy's name is,
Mhm.
um, they're going to return and save them from these terrible invaders. And there's this one bit in the cartoon where they've captured one of the inner sphere guys, and the clan Jade Falcon or whatever it is, he sits there and goes, "Are you stupid? We are the descendants of Kerensky." And it's like it's actually quite like meaningful things. It's like the guy's like, "Oh shit, is that really what's happening here?" It's like, yeah, and you're inferior to us. We are genetically bred to be better than you. We train all the time. We are warriors. You are administrators. You know, you are below us. And that's why, because it's in the 90s, it takes on a sort of egalitarian struggle against hierarchy. Um,
Mm.
but there is a mythos in it and there is an ethos in it. It's just not as well developed as the 40k one.
Yeah, and it would need to overcome some contradictions, like aesthetically, to achieve that as well. But
Hang on,
I think
hang on,
anime
hang
does the
on.
mecha thing better, right?
No, the good thing, actually, it kind of does do this, right? Because the clan mechs aesthetically are far more beautiful and more gracile than the Inner Sphere mechs. The Inner Sphere mechs all look like they were something from Red Dwarf. Like they're
Yeah.
huge and clunky and slow, but the clan mechs are all sleek and they move quickly and they are obviously visually more advanced. So it is in there. It's just that it's not well brought out in the same way in 40k. 40k is, they knew what they were doing with all the aesthetics of 40k.
Yeah, and every 40k faction represents an archetype of the
Yeah,
Gothic understanding. Even the Tau do. It just the Tau need to be a little bit more evil.
yeah,
They need to be a cautionary tale against over technological society. But
yeah.
every faction in 40k represents perfectly an archetype of the Gothic out view of the world, right? As my friend Bennett says, who's running an organization like we were talking about, he says, I think at this point, everyone's decided 40k is real. We're just choosing our team at this stage.
Oh, I remember seeing that tweet going around, and it is so fucking true. It is so true. 40k
Yeah.
is absolutely real, but again, this just goes back to Aristotle's description of what art and poetry and storytelling even is. It's a description of the real world that underpins that has real themes within it that we see reflected in our own lives. Otherwise, we wouldn't respond to it at all.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's totally true. And so yeah, 40k is real in that sense, and everyone already has picked their team, and we're going to win. We're going to beat them.
Although I would argue that the essentially the role of heretic and loyalist are inverted in our world, which is why despite the fact that I'm a spiritual enemy of chaos, I find the political position of the heretics to be more sympathetic in my
That's only
day-to-day
because
life.
they're telling the truth in their world.
Kind of,
Well,
because
it absolutely is. The Emperor's imperial truth is that there are no gods, and materialism is the only thing that dominates the universe, and that's not true.
well, you've spoken like a true word bearer
Well,
that I find so sympathetic. But yeah,
all I'm saying is the fictional universe of 40k renders the new atheist emperor as a liar. Just
he
saying, right?
is.
And
Yeah,
it's officially the case in the canon, and I think that's a terribly interesting position. And they're lucky to have kind of arrived at it, really. So I don't think that was the intent at the beginning, but like that actually makes for a fascinating series of contradictions I have to play out. And like you're always tapping the Lorgar sign, and that's
yes.
totally true. It's totally true. It's a war of belief. That's what underpins Warhammer.
Although I always think that Dan Abnett does not understand the word bearers. I understand them more as like
No,
I understand them more like Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, and less
yeah,
as like insane traders. But
yeah,
imagistically, that's something here. Let me get to the super chats. I'm sure we'll
yeah.
have 40k questions here. This is coming in very spicy. Keon Kurji asks, a while back, I asked Dave about Coach Red Pill. I subscribed to his Patreon and I watched all his videos. I'm ashamed now that I did so, seeing him implode in Ukraine has converted my opinion of him. Sargon, you and him had an argument. I only got his side of the story. Could you give yours?
Sorry, what? Who was it? Who? It was you? Is it you saying?
Coach Red Pill. Oh, well, he's saying the
Oh,
question's
Coach
directed
Red
to
Pill.
you. But I'll say this: I had an argument with Coach Red Pill too that was personal. Every
Right.
single person I've known in this sphere has been at some point attacked by Coach Red Pill for the most minor things in
Yeah.
incredibly emotional outbursts. So you are not alone in having an argument with Coach Red Pill.
Well, I
We
didn't really
all
have an
have.
argument with him. Right. The thing is, Coach Red Pill is essentially evil and views himself as no. And I'm not joking. I'm
He's a
genuinely not joking.
narcissist, certainly.
Yeah. He's also expressly a Machiavellian. Right. And so he is Machiavellian for self-interested reasons. Machiavelli was quite, was a patriot, right? And that's what he was trying to achieve. It wasn't actually for himself that he was advancing his doctrine. But Coach Red Pill is just an evil manipulator. And so anything that he does, I would just say, it's manipulation. Don't trust
Yeah.
him. Because I mean, like, we'd had a bunch of talks on Skype that he like tweeted out. And the thing is, all they did is make me look like I was noble and telling the truth, because that's what I was doing. You know, I wasn't lying, and it showed him to be a liar. And everyone was just like, what are you doing? Like, you know, this
Yeah.
doesn't make Sargon look bad. And that's where we sort of left it. But it was just like, I don't know what goes through his head. I don't know why he thinks that he achieves anything with this. But I just don't think he's a good man. So don't worry. The point is that he is a confidence trickster, right? That's the point.
Yeah.
And he is deliberately trying to dupe you using this self-conscious Machiavellian scheme. And so don't feel bad about being duped. Like, that's the purpose. That's what he does. You know, just be thankful that you realize that that's what he was doing. And I don't know what his, like, I don't know, he's got like some sort of pro-Russian position when he's living in Ukraine. It's like, okay, I mean, that's really stupid. That's a country that's
Well,
being
I mean,
invaded by Russia.
he almost got himself killed several
Yeah,
times. And I
yeah.
mean, Tucker Carlson's talked about him being an American that's been in Ukrainian custody. We had
He's
that whole
Chilean.
drum. Oh, I guess he is he not a naturalized American? I
I
know
mean,
he's
he's
originally from
probably
Chile.
administratively American, but originally he's from Chile.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's he is a native of Chile.
Yeah.
But the I mean, he was caught up. But remember that whole trans person that was like their announcer for
Yeah.
Ukraine for a while in a surreal move.
Yeah.
That person was going after Coach Red Pill, trying to
Yeah.
get him executed or some strange thing like this.
What
I mean,
was he doing in Ukraine? Like, what was he doing out there?
no one knows what he was actually doing. What he's accused of doing is spreading pro-Russian propaganda
Well,
because
no,
he had a
he
bunch.
wasn't accused of doing that. He demonstrably did that.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, yeah, he
Like,
demonstrably is a partisan of
yeah.
Russia in the Ukraine conflict.
And I'm not
Yeah,
even saying that you can't be a partisan of Russia. I'm just saying it's really fucking stupid to do that in Ukraine while they're
yeah,
being invaded. Like, you just have,
especially if your fundamental product is a digital online product,
yeah,
which is
you
why
could do
I
it
think
anywhere.
there must be more to the story than they're actually letting on, because Coach Red Pill is many things: a narcissist, a self-promoter, but he doesn't strike me as a
Stupid, he
stupid
is not.
man. Yeah, exactly. So there must be something more to this story. There must be some.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of people like this too. Like, do you remember the whole Propetarian guy? What is it, Doolittle? Do you remember
not
him
offhand.
too?
No,
Kurt Doolittle. He was promoting this thing called Propetarianism back in
right.
2019. He is also a CEO that exclusively works out of Ukraine. What the hell is going on in Ukraine?
But
All this
chat
American
is
money
saying that
is
he has a wife there.
maybe. I mean, that's hell of a coincidence, isn't it?
Very odd. Very odd.
Certainly with a citizenship to both Chile and America, the most prudent action would be to take the wife out of the war zone and to operate out of the stable country.
I mean, why would you not take your wife to America if you're an American citizen, where you would have First Amendment protections to say whatever you liked about Ukraine? Like, why wouldn't you do
Precisely.
that?
And a better network too.
Yeah.
There is some strange reason why all of these personalities are cropping up in Ukraine specifically. A lot of
Yeah.
American money, deep state money, is going into Ukraine.
I'm
It's
not
not a
making
coincidence.
any accusations. I have no idea. It's just very fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, this is
And
fought
he's not a
before.
trustworthy man.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I would stay as far away from that person as possible. There's nothing
Yeah,
to be gained, and there's everything to be lost from involvement with that person.
correct.
All right, on to more pedestrian topics. Sam153 for $25. Great year-end power duo. What's the most underrated story of 2023? Any cigar bets for 2024?
Underrated story.
I would say underrated, like we didn't notice it. The
Well,
problem
we
is
didn't.
that all the
The
two
Sam
things.
Bankman-Fried thing, probably.
Oh yeah, personally, myself, oh my god, that Sam Bankman-Fried's my spirit animal. He is a Californian I mean, because I could have so easily become him. You know what I mean?
But the fact that
Like,
he's just getting off scot-free.
well, I thought he went down. Didn't he go down?
No, something came out today. He's been forgiven of whatever charges, and he's not going to be tried again, something like that. And so he's just going to walk away. So he's going to have
Wow.
embezzled billions of dollars. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Because when that Carol Ellison person, when she turned on him, I was convinced that, like, okay, this is a group of people, and they decided that SPF is going to be the patsy for this whole mess of regime. But Sam Bankman-Fried is like the millennial. Like, he is the archetypical elite millennial. Like, he has an entire career that's baked out of nothing, that's designed to fail. And it's designed to fail on the assumption of infinite growth. Like, if infinite growth can continue, Sam Bankman-Fried can be the next Warren Buffett. But he can't be the next Warren Buffett because there's not going to be a millennial Warren Buffett. There can't be a millennial Warren Buffett or George Soros, because all of George Soros's and Warren Buffett's wealth was predicated on an infinitely growing West that had horizons that you could expand into indefinitely. And that is just not happening anymore. Everything that we build has to be built out of genuine effort. And it's going to be smaller. And there's not going to be you can't be king of the bubble anymore. And everyone wants to be king of the bubble. And that's, I'm sorry, I'm totally digressing from this person's question. But yeah, I'd endorse that as like an underrated story of the year. Probably everything having to do with Twitter's slow conversion to being a right-wing platform, essentially, or a non-left-wing platform is an underrated story. That's easily a bigger win than all of this Bud Light stuff. Like, that's the biggest win we've had in years. And it will continue to haunt the left. It's a castle that they cannot do without in an ultimate sense. And I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter and X, but I have to use it because that's just our home base.
That's where people are, man. That's where people are.
Don't you remember when YouTube was our home base?
Well, I mean, we're still using YouTube, aren't we? So
I know, but it used to be a place where we could grow. Right now, all I do, I do love all you guys on YouTube, and it's my best medium to express myself in, based on my personality. But you can't grow on YouTube anymore. Like, it's very, very hard to produce a viral video on the right on YouTube. The left-wingers do it all the time. I mean, H. Bomber Guy did a viral video on plagiarism 2 weeks before the entirety of the left discovered that they didn't care about plagiarism anymore.
yeah, I know. If only there was a big YouTuber who could do videos about plagiarism.
Yeah, I know. And it was hilarious because for about 2 weeks, every left-wing YouTuber was accusing every other left-wing YouTuber of plagiarizing them. And they were having little show trials on this. And then the Claudian Gay stuff happened, and then everyone just kind of like they all just walked away.
Doesn't say. What are you talking about? Don't know what you mean. Never cared about it. Yeah. Well, that's another thing as well. Like I don't really pay attention to what the left does anymore. Like, that's the thing. I like the left wing YouTube bread tube types, right? I never watch any of their content. I don't really care, and it just seems that they're just going down the spiral. You know, oh, the latest way of attacking each other is now whatever, you know, oh, you've misgendered, you've done this, now you're plagiarizing. It's like, okay, you know, you probably are. I don't fucking know. You know, I don't care. You're all fucking losers.
Like, yeah, I mean,
as far as I'm concerned, you're all plagiarizing ContraPoints. So you always have philosophy tube. So shut up.
I mean, literally, I feel like they're plagiarizing ContraPoints' body at this stage, but
well, again, philosophy tube being called out hard there. I think philosophy tube had a legitimate transversion. I don't know. Awakening.
It's transgenderism. You've seen the light of the bottom line. As for cigar bets,
undoubtedly true as well. Like, it's mathematically provable when you look at the Patreon graph. Just saying.
I honestly want to know, like, what, like, it's literally like the right wing can't stop making like softcore, like, boomer dad porn from the early 2000s. Like, the left wing can't stop salivating over like the trans stuff. And at least I Yeah, at least I can kind of see like the hot conservative swimsuit calendar.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Man Show. Remember the
Yeah.
Man Show? He's still around. Who was the guy who did that?
Jimmy Kimmel, is it?
No. It's another guy. It's Adam. Hold on. This is gonna bother me. He's a still. Adam Carolla. That's the guy. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel. It's Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, it was Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I mean, like, but that's the aesthetic they're going for, right? And the right wing cannot get over this Adam Carolla aesthetic. But
fine, let him have it. It's not the end of the world.
But I can't get into the mindset of like they're trans. Let me give you money. I have no desire.
It's so stunning and brave, though. You've got to understand, their soul has been saved.
Yeah, I guess
it's literally like the conversion to Christianity. Just saying, you'll know when I'm ready to retire, when I convert to Christianity and go around all the evangelicals in America explaining how the new atheist came to Christianity. That's how you know I'm ready to retire. And I will literally have fucking stadiums. I'm not even joking. I will tell them everything they want to hear. The money will roll in, and I'll ride off into the sunset.
But Sargon, that's so un-Anglican, though. That's so like low church. I mean, what would
I'm just saying that's the way you'll be able to tell that I'm ready to retire. Just saying.
Oh. You're certainly be following the philosophy tube mode of retirement in that way.
Exactly.
But as for cigar bets, do you actually think Trump's going to win? I think that no matter what happens, no matter what lines they have to cross, Joe Biden will be declared the winner after November 7th or whatever, right? However long it takes them to get this. You think Trump's actually going to win?
Well, the thing is, like, you read the Time magazine article on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean
that was a lot of work. There was a lot of work from a lot of people who were very energetic and very invested in making sure that Trump lost. And Joe Biden was a known, reliable quality, right? Mm-hmm. He was like a Democrat team player. He was Obama's VP. He, long history, lots of connections. He was the guy to put into place. But the thing is, 4 years later, that's not evident, right? Actually, things were better under Trump, like physically, materially better under Trump. Everyone can feel it. Your groceries were cheaper, your petrol was cheaper, world stability was more reliable. Like, things were actually better. The left was more energized when Trump was in power. Now they've had to essentially live through the nightmare that is what they've done after that fortification. I'm not sure they can muster the energy to go through and do what they did. And it seems that there is legitimacy around Trump. Like, it looks like he got screwed to a lot of people. And I think the average person is not very political. I mean, like AA keeps going on about, look, Trump's going to flip the black community. He might flip the black community because they had more money when he was in charge. Things were not as shit when he was in charge. It's entirely possible that he could win. I think if it was a genuinely free and fair election, then of course he would win. Of course he get. So go on.
Now, if the only people who voted in the election were the people who voted in 2016, or their children, or people who naturalized into the country,
people who didn't die during the American Civil War and things like that, yeah.
Or people who were imported, or people who would never, or just came in and voted under mysterious circumstances.
Even then, like, I mean, Trump gained something like 15 million votes in 2020 and still lost, right? That's unprecedented. Yeah. Obama didn't do that. Trump's campaign in 2020 was phenomenal. It was a phenomenal campaign. He's packing out stadiums, just riffing on the mic, and the clips would go viral. They'd be on the TV and blah, blah. Do you remember the imagery of him, with the flags behind him, walking along with this, pounding his fist? Like, Callum at work was the most excited you've ever seen. And on the day, we were watching it when the Stop the Steal rally and stuff like that. We were just like, is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for it? Oh my God, he's going to fucking go for it. And he didn't go for it.
No.
but it was unthinkable that Joe Biden, a man who literally did not campaign, would get 81 million votes over Trump's 75 million or whatever it was. 79 or whatever it was. Like it was some shenanigans happened, I think.
But I'm okay. This is our cigar bet.
Can they bring forth the energy to do it again? I'm not sure.
The work was two things. The work was it's not like the work they had. All the work they had to do in that Time magazine article was to change how the American electoral system worked, which was changed. That's in the past. Now the American electoral system just works in a different way, right? So we are now in a permanent 2020 mode. Second, the sheer number of people who came into this country are we're pedal to the metal. The number of foreign-born people in this country right now is nuts.
Like, do you think the illegal immigrants really give a flying fuck about voting in your elections?
I think that they can be incentivized to sign a paper and then
maybe
have their ballot auto-filled by the person who's translating for them, right? I mean,
I'm not saying that can't be the case, but the thing that the Time magazine article showed us is that this is a lot of work. There's a lot of energy and money that has to be put down to make this happen. And I'm not saying that it won't happen. It's entirely possible that it could happen, but I'm not certain that they have the energy to do it this time. Like, I'm not certain they've got the commitment to do it. Because, I mean, a lot of the Democrats do not want Biden again. They just don't want Biden again. Whereas before, they all wanted Biden because they didn't want Trump. But now, I mean, a bunch of them are probably thinking, was Trump really that bad? Actually, I don't care about Trump as much as I care about being able to pay my mortgage, put food on the table, and fill up my car. You know.
Oh, you're my ordinary people. Well,
no. I'm not just ordinary people. The Democrats themselves, the Democrat Party, like the fact that it's the majority of them don't want Biden. Like, he's not their guy anymore. So now you've got to go out and do all of this labor for a guy you don't even want. I think you're just going to have diminishing return here. And so can they muster the required amount of energy to get Biden over the line like they were in 2020? I'm not sure that's going to be the case.
That is the contest. Our elites have elect Joe Biden, smashed glass in the case of elect Joe Biden, and there's a certain price tag attached to crossing all those lines, and they can't smash it and force Joe Biden in. The question is it too much effort and money to do that, and are they motivated enough to smash that glass? And
well, they've already smashed it, and so the question is, you know, can they do it again? But the thing is, it's going to be, like I said, diminishing returns. So
it'll cost them more. Yes,
it costs them more, and it's going to be more difficult to get the thing moving in the way that it was actually a lot easier to do in 2020. So I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I don't think it's an open and shut case. You know, I mean, it's probably that it will happen, right? But I don't think it's an open and shut case. I'm not certain that it's guaranteed. And I think it is possible that Trump has a wave, getting 15 million more votes than you got before. That is just amazing. That's genuinely amazing. I think it's probably unprecedented in all of American electoral history. So it's just like,
well, it's unprecedented to lose that way, right?
Well, it's unprecedented to just gain that much at all. I think. I remember looking at it. I remember looking at it at the time, like looking through, 20th century votes, and just being like, no one got like this sort of proportional amount more than they got for their first term. Everyone loses after their first term, but remains in office. So the fact that Trump increased it by a huge amount is actually like, okay, there must have been something funny going on. Maybe he can do better. I don't know. So who knows? It's all uncharted territory.
Yeah, well, we'll have to keep that there. TPV Tragula says the population collapse we are undergoing because of the false idols of the West is driving politicians to embrace ever more insane policies. False idols leads to embrace of false hopes. 100% agree.
Obviously true. Nothing to add.
Pronatalism is just the cause of sanity. You are a pronatalist. You are in some way, shape, or form my ally. If you're an anti-natalist, you're in some way, shape, or form my enemy.
I tell you what, I really can't stand. I cannot stand anti-natalists. I just
You
can't
know?
stand them. People who
Yeah.
hate children, there's something wrong with them, and I don't think you're a good person.
It's just it literally is Luciferian in my opinion. It's just it's a strike against life itself. And I mean, if ever there was, I mean, this whole population collapse thing, the elite thinks that's going to patch the gaps with artificial intelligence. They've got another thing coming,
Yeah,
in my
that's
opinion.
not
I
happening.
mean,
But
I mean,
no, the thing about anti-natalism I really fucking hate, and this is very millennial, by the way, right? Very, very fucking millennial, is this cynicism about innocence. I hate it. No, it's
yeah,
no, but that's really what underpins it. It's a cynicism about innocence. It's like, no, children are innocent and you shouldn't be trying to pervert them. And you see this all the time in like kids' cartoons. Like I basically got my son to stop watching a bunch of Californian millennial made cartoons because they were just ironic and sarcastic. And it's like, no, they don't need that. They need sincerity and authenticity.
the Cal Arts stuff,
Yeah,
right?
the Cal Arts. Yeah, exactly. I can't remember the names of any of them now. I'm sure the chat can. Sorry, I'm painting my thing while we're talking.
Oh no, no. It's fine.
Yeah.
I did that during Oppenheimer. I'm
It-
ashamed.
Well, I don't blame you at all. I didn't even bother watching Oppenheimer. It just looked boring.
It
Oh no,
was.
I've created the nuclear bomb. It's like, yes. What did you think it was going to do?
Well,
You
there's
know?
a better version of that called Fat Man and Little Boy from the early '90s that had a better atomic bomb scene in it that was
Really?
much more Yeah, I think it was. I can't remember. I think with Paul Newman, wasn't it? Maybe I'm forgetting. This
Right,
was one of his last movies, if I'm not mistaken.
right,
But it's just a better version of it. It's more fun, um,
right.
and it's less like I mean, I do love Christopher Nolan, but the whole soundtrack, like bow, like these tones.
Yeah.
Come on,
And the
right?
guy who played Oppenheimer is a good actor, so it's like it's not there's anything wrong with the
No,
thing, the setup. I just didn't think it looked compelling. I actually
no.
enjoyed Barbie instead.
I agree with you there, Ryan Gosling. Killian
Yeah,
Murphy is the name, and I loved him. Do you
yeah,
ever
he's
seen
good.
the Wind That Shake the Barley?
I've not seen that.
Oh, you have to. It's amazing.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's about the Irish revolt against the
Sorry,
English.
I've got to have my light on. But
No,
sorry,
no, it's
carry on.
fine.
I am listening.
Yeah,
I am
it's
listening.
it's a it, it's about. I mean, it's a personal story that takes place in the
Hmm.
final year of the Irish independence before the Troubles started. It's about the emergence of the Troubles,
Oh, right.
and
Okay.
it's
Okay.
in the 1920s. But yeah,
Yeah. Before
it's
the
really good.
Irish Free State. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the creation of that
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the faction split offs that. So it's like a sub Civil War inside the Civil War, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a star of that. But I'll keep on going. Creeper Weirdo for $5 USA. I think the DR needs to talk more about art, high art and pop art. For example, the base take on something that needs to be addressed. Do pick up your Warhammer and shrug this off. An honest, an honest conversation. Wait, hold on. An honest conversation there can do a lot of good. For
Well, I think that
example,
we should
yeah,
definitely be engaging with art. This is why I'm always happy with I always get frustrated when people in the DR like get angry at someone like Critical Drinker or someone like that.
yeah,
It's like, are you fucking stupid? He's a really lovely guy, right? I've
yeah,
spoken to him many, many times. He's very level-headed, and he would be more than willing to hear your position and would think it had some merit. He's not like a hardcore right winger, but
mhm,
he's you know, as good as you're going to get, and he's got millions of subscribers, and he's a really nice guy, and he's a dad.
yeah.
He's got Bacali energy. So no, I mean it. He really does, and he does good work as well. I just enjoy his videos. And it's consistently good quality reviews, and so good stuff. Let him cook. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I have criticized him in the past, but I want to put down the man. I obviously
No
just
punching right.
no. I'm just saying he could upgrade a little bit. But no, I do appreciate stuff. He's brilliant at his art of creating YouTube reviews, and he's very, very funny.
Yeah,
I do love the fact that probably after the boomers die, the right wing will comprise virtually all dads. Period.
good.
Like Yeah, I mean, it'll just be the subset of men who have children, and
Yeah,
some men who do not have children will be the right,
yeah.
and that's crazy.
Men
Although
who have
I have to say,
children and the gays who respect it.
yeah, I'm serious. Like,
I know.
allied. We're gonna have the loyal. Hate to say this, but we're gonna have the loyalist mutants, right?
I didn't say that. I disavow it. Okay,
Oh,
I
okay. I'm
disavow it. I
sorry. I'm
didn't
sorry.
say it. For when
Uh,
that's taken out of context, I just wanted it to be clear that didn't come out of my mouth.
okay, I don't actually believe in the Edward Dutton
Oh,
spiteful
I take that
mutant.
back.
I
Uh,
don't I don't believe in the Edward Dutton thing, but I do find it a funny
yeah,
the spiteful mutant thing to be a funny archetype to put on. Okay, there'll be a variety of people who live alternative lifestyles that are loyal to the old world that will be fellow travelers for
so
sure.
hang
And
on, hang on. Right. So this is a thing, right? That the right needs to really understand is there is a proper place for everything, and I mean everything, right? Um,
yes.
talking to a chap called Matt, who's this gay artist at the first Skildings event, and he was the one saying, "Look, there's always been a place for it. Like this is what the fucking Widow Twanky was. You know, this is the place for the weird guy to be weird and to be accepted for what he is. So there's a proper time, a proper place that it's where it should be, appropriately in the margins, but brought to the fore when it's the right time, and then put back when it's the right time. And so these people, they get on with their lives. They aren't demanding that the education system is dominated by their fetish or whatever, and that's fine. And it's fine for them to exist in the way they want to exist on the margins. That's where they belong. And when it's appropriate, they can come to the fore and have their moment in the sun and then go back. And that's fine. And that's everyone has a place in the grand hierarchy of life, and they need one too. So we can't just be belligerent about this, I think.
Yeah, and have we ever read or seen Brideshead Revisited? Uh,
No,
oh,
because
it's
I'm not a literary Californian.
I have not actually read it, and
All right, neither are you.
no. I saw the BBC series with Jeremy Irons, which was one of my favorite BBC. I love Jeremy Irons. I'm like a
I love
huge
his
Jeremy
accent.
Irons.
I love his voice.
I've got in Margin Call. He has one scene in Margin Call that I can't stop quoting ever, and because it comes from my world, and but he got started in Brideshead Revisited, and it's a story about a Catholic recusant family, and the first part of the novel is it's heavily implied that there's a homosexual affair between the two main characters,
Right.
and it's treated like just glossed over, like there's no objection to it, and the I guess it is sort of associated with Arrested Development in a sense,
Yeah.
like, oh well, they can't get over this boyhood fascination, or one of them can't, right? But the
Yeah.
character that moves on, like it just disappears from the plot line organically. It's just phased out, and then it goes on to the more pertinent subject of the plot, which is this person's struggle with uh, uh, his relationship with an adult woman when he's older, right?
Right.
And it indicates like this attitude towards these we might call Baroque sexual fascinations
Mm-hmm.
that is it's so mature that they're able to kind of handle it and not freak out, like a
Yeah.
body that it's seeing the infection enough to kind of just let it pass through non-destructively, right? So that
Yeah.
it kind of stays, and then it just kind of gets phased out over time, right?
Yeah.
This is why modern versions of Brideshead Revisited can't understand this. They constantly try to do like it's Brokeback Mountain or something like that,
Oh, I bet
right?
they fixate on it like they do with
Yeah,
fucking Patroclus and Achilles.
yeah, exactly, and it's a
Yeah.
complete myth, and it's not even necessarily explicit that it's so sexual. It's like in a gray area,
Right.
but it's yeah, that they do all the things you normally do in
Yeah.
these situations. But yeah, I'll say this before we move on from the art thing. There's a number of right wing artists that are coming on this stream into the system from the far right in the
Mm-hmm.
form of places like the Passage Prize
Yeah.
and Geo from Giant Art Productions. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a
Good.
huge set of
Good.
people, and not to mention a variety. I mean, me and my wife buy more crafty arts from a variety of women who do art on the side. Obviously, our friend of the channel, Juniper Tree, and Poe the Person, who we both bought art from. So there's an emergent right-wing art scene. Or what is the word for just not progressive? I mean, that's what we need right now, right? Just not woke. Yeah, far right. Okay, great. But no, but there's, but I'm not just simply not progressive. Like Critical Drinker is not progressive, and I'm not progressive, but I'm actually kind of right wing, and Critical Drinker is just not.
Oh, you're just kind of right wing, are you? Breaking news: Distributus is kind of right wing, guys.
Yeah, I just don't like this whole democracy thing. And Joseph de Maistre. Hey, we need a statue of Joseph de Maistre. I'm down with that one. I don't know where. If you can have a Holocaust museum in LA, you can have a Joseph de Maistre statue in British Columbia. I don't know.
It's too hipster. It's just too hipster.
Yeah, you're right.
No one knows who the fuck Joseph de Maistre is.
But they don't know who James Cook was either. None of those guys who destroyed that statue knew. Yeah, they probably thought he was a Catholic.
Can you imagine people's eyes glazing over when you say Joseph de Maistre?
Yeah, he was a character. Yeah, I can. He's the inspiration for a character from War and Peace.
That's great. And that people's eyes are even more glazed over now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is he in SpongeBob SquarePants?
He can be. Yeah. Listen, I really hate this show. Family Guy, but they had a joke.
I like Family Guy.
You like Family Guy, where they were like,
I quite liked it. Edgy Gen X humor.
Yeah, they were like they did this joke where it's like they did a joke like about Benjamin Disraeli, and then it zooms onto Benjamin Disraeli, and all he does is look up from his letter desk and says, "You people don't even know who I am, do you?" Yeah. And that's the joke, right?
Yeah.
So there's kind of like the flying monkeys, you don't get the reference things. So TPV Triangula says for $5, it's endearing to hear Carl again trying to reinvent Christianity. The solution for the right is to authentically embrace Christ. God is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, because authentic Christianity is Dadaism. The love of Dadism. Okay, sorry. I thought that meant you meant the German deconstructive art movement. No. Dadism. Okay, because authentic Christianity is Dadism. The love of God is fatherly love.
Yep.
Yeah, and a lot of this, and I said this to you before, Carl. The problem we're dealing with right now is that a new version of Christianity is coming into the fore that is going to essentially collapse or dissolve the Reformation such that the distinctions are meaningless.
Yep.
So
won't it be nice to have the church back together though?
Yes, and I don't exactly know what that will mean. And it probably, Pope Francis is essentially the collapse of the old Catholic post-counter. Pope Francis is the last counter-Reformation pope. But the thing is that a lot of people who are currently atheists, they're atheists to the Reformation / counter-Reformation version of Christianity. I imagine there's going to be a new version of religion, which will be more like Christianity than any other religion, because it has to be. There's no going back to paganism. And that will essentially solve a lot of problems for people who feel themselves to be atheists in the present era. That's my historical belief.
What's interesting is like there's a lot in pagan morality that I think actually is worthy, and so I don't feel the need to stigmatize it.
Yeah, but I believe that. But I think that the thing is that I believe that there was a synthesis with paganism and Christianity that was called actual medieval Christianity. When I look at things like Carmina Burana, I do not see. I mean, that's a great example of early German culture, or Hildegard von Bingen, even, right? Like, these are people who were incorporating the pagan spirit into the Christian spirit 100%. Beowulf is an example of that, right?
I was thinking
Beowulf is literally
what the orders.
Okay, again, chivalry is an example of. I mean, I actually kind of like the Green Knight remake, even though it
Oh, I
was
love it.
in some. It's a very flawed movie, but
I was thinking I was thinking Gawain and the Green Knight, the medieval story.
oh yeah. But they turned it into a movie like a few years ago.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Oh, don't they have a diverse character in it?
Yeah.
As
I mean,
Gawain. Yeah.
it had. Look, I mean, the movie is very flawed,
I bet.
but
I bet it was.
it's very, very flawed.
How
But
could it not be?
it had the director was trying to grasp with the same thing that I appreciated the effort, I guess, that's what I want to say. Like, he actually tried to grapple with the same Christian and pagan forces and unify them as the original poem was actually trying to do. For that, I like it. And I don't like it. I tolerate.
I respect that it tried.
I respect The Northman too, even though I thought that was a very flawed film as well.
You know, I haven't watched that.
It's kind of the opposite problem of The Green Knight. It's the problem is that it deals with a level of brutality that I don't think the director is able to spiritually respect either. And so,
is it gratuitous? Yeah.
It's not gratuitous. It's literally about the brutality of the Viking life, and so it has to be shown. But I feel like it has to say something about it, and I feel like it never did.
Right.
And so it's like most modern movies, you're waiting for it to say something, and it never is said. Anyway, I'll keep on going. Lambda from Lambda Bible Studies, friend of the channel,
Luke.
excellent guy. Yeah, Luke. He says, I'm in the process of writing and producing a reworked Matrix audio play for next year's Lambster. Matrix audio play written by Lambda is interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I'll have to say, it sounds very Gnostic.
While we've got you, Lambda, when are you coming on the podcast next?
Ooh, I'd watch that.
He hasn't been on for ages. He hasn't been in the new studio yet, so it'd be nice to get him on.
I really like Lambda's work as a community organizer and as somebody who's been a spiritual guide in this space. And he's encouraged me to look back at the Bible despite my Catholicism that prohibits me from reading the book directly. And so I have enjoyed
it. Sorry, that's hilarious. As a Catholic, I was forced to read the Bible.
No, we Catholics joke about not reading the Bible
I know.
Constantly, right? Yeah, but that's it's a Protestant joke too, and there's some truth to that stereotype for sure. But it sounds Gnostic. Have you ever, by the way, Sargon? Sorry, Carl. Have you ever read David Lindsay's Voyage to Arcturus, perchance?
No.
Oh, it's a formative influence on C.S. Lewis's The Space Trilogy. And it's a bizarre science fiction book. If you ever have it, if you ever really want a weird, it's a weird 1920s surrealistic science fiction novel with Gnostic Christian pretensions. And it's a huge influence on Lovecraft. It's a huge influence on C.S. Lewis. It's a little difficult to read, but maybe look into it.
Well, I'm used to reading difficult things. I recently I read Camp of the Saints recently.
I have not read that. How is it?
Oh, you should. It's really good. It's really fucking good. It's dangerously prophetic.
Yeah.
Dangerously prophetic, right? The guy's a great writer as well. And there's a kind of momentum in the first half of the book where the moral structure of the West is collapsing. And the legitimacy of saying, no, they are them and we are us is just falling down into, no, it's just everyone all the time, right? The liberal universalism is collapsing all of Western civilization to the point where it can't distinguish itself from like Indian or African civilization or South American civilization. And so there's this kind of madcap fear that underpins the inevitability of the flooding of the West with the third world because it's unable to morally distinguish itself from them and us. And so no one is prepared to fight it. No one is prepared to stand up to it. and the people who are sound fucking crazy. They're
Yeah.
fucking mad, and they're like there's this French general who, the entire French army deserts when it turns out that millions of Indians are going to turn up at the shores of France on this fleet of barges, and he's just like madly grinning and gritting his teeth and like, yeah, well, we're just gonna have to shoot them out, aren't we? And it's like, well, we can't just shoot unarmed women and children. It's like, yeah, but well, we're gonna, and they shoot like 5 of them, and then everyone deserts, and then they get trampled. It's fucking chaos because the moral legitimacy of defending your own border has been utterly erased by liberalism, and
Mhm.
it's really and at every stage, like the colonial administration, and then the fucking at the shore, and then the departure, and then on the way, like one Greek captain like sinks one of the boats or something, and he's a pariah. He is just an absolute pariah, and it sounds fucking prophetic. Like, it's exactly, imagine with the Channel crossings in England, if one Royal Navy captain took it himself to sink one of those fucking boats crossing over,
Yeah.
he would be instantly in jail. He would be a pariah, and that is exactly what happens in this. And then they arrive, and the civilization is just collapsing in real time, and so I mean the French just flee north as the Indians arrive, and they just start just consuming the civilization, and the left in France just start opening up all the jails and then getting the inevitable
Mhm.
results of that as the civilization itself just falls apart. And it's the first half is just madcap because all of this stuff is happening really quickly, and none of the characters know why, but they know it's happening, and this is not going to stop. And it's exactly what's happening now.
That isn't actually a banned book. It is a very difficult book to find.
It is. I
My
had to get
father
a
is a
PDF.
bookseller. Oh wow. Okay. I've been trying to get my father used to be in his retirement a seller of rare books, and that book was a very hard one to find.
Yeah,
I can say.
I did find copies, but it was something like 300 quid. And I was like, I'm not paying 300 quid, you know.
Well, I'm in luck because my local Barnes and Noble has a banned book celebration this month. They certainly will be happy to order that book for me. Correct?
Yeah, I'd like a
It's
Camp of the Saints, please. And the thing is, they'll never have heard of it. So they'll be like, oh,
yeah.
oh wow, that is a banned book. Maybe we can find that for you.
Okay, Creeper Weirdo for $3. If we were to look at the differences between Rocky 1 and Creed 1, I think it would reveal a lot. Rocky is great and based. Creed is okay and decent. The politics are self-explanatory. Well, yeah, Rocky. I never saw Creed, but Rocky was originally an allegory of the American working class, and it doesn't make
It's
sense in our
also a
time.
celebration of America.
Yeah, yeah, actually, in multiple dimensions, right? Like
Yeah.
America, even in America's cheapness, it's forced to live up to its own principles. Like Apollo Creed is a symbol of American overconfidence, but in the moment of his overconfidence is used for the cause of justice,
Yeah. Like
right?
the Rocky films are an unvarnished celebration of America. And like that's how they come across to foreigners.
I
And
only
that's
ever
okay.
saw,
That's
yeah,
totally fine.
I only ever saw the first one and then the fourth one that everyone makes fun of. But
Oh, I mean,
yeah,
I saw them when I was a kid, but like they just came across as, even when I was a kid, it was very obvious these were a celebration of America. But there's nothing wrong with that. I like America. Yeah, I like
well,
American people.
the first one is unmistakably realist in the way that the other ones just aren't.
Well,
You know,
I can't remember, to be honest.
uh,
But decades since I watched them. But they're just so, they're pro America, and that's fine. That's totally fine.
here's an easy question, Kian Kurji. What are your Warhammer factions and why? Also, which of the Chaos Forces are you most susceptible to? Carl, you want to answer this one?
Well, I personally like Zench because I like the intellectual aspect of it, and I like the aesthetic, which is why I have a Zench
Hmm.
army. But I have to say, it's got to be Space Marines, man. Got to uphold the moral order of the universe.
Well, in 2020 when I painted an army, I painted orcs because
Based.
I literally was able to construct several. I took kits and I split all the parts up and made like machines out of like stuff around the house, and it looked orky if you paint
That's
it.
awesome.
Right. So, so it was fun. Orcs are the exact opposite of my personality in real life.
Yes.
Uh, but they are one of the most fun factions. They're the comic relief.
Yeah.
And everyone loves playing against them.
No. But there is the great thing about the orcs is they have a justifiable philosophy as well.
Yeah, they have a philosophy of, as well, right?
But it's the tone of the philosophy, the anti-intellectual. Like the orc is the quintessential Brexit voter, right? It literally the English working class. No, I'm not educated in the way that I can explain to you why this is going to work. I can just feel that the red ones go faster. Oh no, look at that, they do, because I believe it.
Yeah.
We're going to make this work. That we do this because it's the right thing to do. It's correct, and I can feel it in my fucking bones, and I don't have to justify shit. That's what the orcs are. I love them.
The thing is that in 2020, I'm a very hard person to shop for Christmas. So in 2020, when people knew I was painting, everyone gave me models.
Brilliant.
And I just, without buying any models or buying maybe one or two, like I am just now finishing painting them. And so I did paint a few of those Zench models, Thousand Suns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although I do not like Zench. Zench is the most terrifying chaos god, in my opinion, because what Zench embodies to me is how you can become more deceived with the more knowledge you acquire.
Yep.
Which is something that I have learned through hard experience. For me, he's the most insidious chaos god.
Oh yeah.
The idea that you can become further away from the truth, the more true facts you know, is something that is a very, very real thing. But
this is why the orcs are so great, because they're the literal opposite. So they don't know anything, and everything they do works because it's true, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
It's 100% instinctual. The dark version of the orcs is obviously the Tyranids. For me, the chaos faction I most resonate with is the word bearers. Obviously, I talk about them all the time. Although I don't imagine them the same way that the creators did. The creators imagine them as like actual literal Satan worshippers. I imagine them a little bit more like the Alpha Legion and the word bearers had a baby kind of deal, right?
Well, Lorgar is the most he's the most spiritual Primarch, isn't he?
Yes.
You know, and I watched a lore video on him a while ago, and it became very obvious why he was your favorite. He sounds a lot like you know? Like, and I mean it. Like,
if I were a lot cooler, maybe.
No. Lorgar was a nerd. Don't worry. But it was very obvious why you like him. You know that to me anyway.
I always felt like he was should be more like the Kurtz character, more Limp Brothers Kurtz character from Apocalypse Now. But okay, you finished it.
Nearly. I've just got to do the base.
Well, you have you have an epic Demon Prince 2, Zenchu Demon Prince 2. Yeah, you showed me pictures of that. That was quite impressive.
He took. I tell you what, he took fucking months. And I had to leave the breastplate off just because he's got such a great chest. Like you can't look. He's down the gym all day, every day. How can you cover that up? Come on, give the man a fucking.
Who knew Zench was about games, right?
Yeah, right. But I'm really proud of the shine I got in his hair.
Ooh, nice. I can't quite see it because the screen's small, but you know, I take your word for it. You know, it's. I kind of want to give my Warhammer army to like a relative who plays, right? Like a 13-year-old kid, because I have no time to play the game, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, it's very nice. That's very nice to use the airbrush.
No. I painted all of that by hand. I mean, I airbrushed the base coat, but like you can see all the detail along the wings and stuff on the feathers. Like that took fucking forever, man. Honestly, it took months.
That's a very nice job. That's a very nice job. Yeah. Man, that like it's just I do love board games. It's just I kind of wish like I could pass it on to like a 13-year-old kid who'd be able to benefit from playing it, because right now it's just kind of sitting in my closet.
Well, don't you have a son?
Well, yeah, but he's not going to be able to play it for another decade.
Yeah, but they're not going to go anywhere. Like they don't decay.
Civilization might.
Oh yeah, okay. Civilization might, but Warhammer will still remain.
Yeah, that's true. That's for sure.
No, I mean it. Like I started playing Warhammer when I was like 13. Like,
Yeah.
and I come back to it, and it's basically the same game, basically the same models. Like, I'm not even joking,
Yeah.
right? I started getting an Eldar army. The warp spiders haven't been updated since second edition when I started playing. They are still the same warp spider models, and it's just like, you lazy shit. You know, like the, the striking scorpions have only just got an update.
Well, that's literally a joke, though. Like our Eldar are the ones that always get neglected, right?
Oh, totally. You know, I really like the warp spiders as well, but man, like, I'm not buying models I bought 30 years ago. I'm not doing it, Games Workshop. Make new ones.
No, but old models are the best. Like the way I got my orcs was I went on eBay when they updated the orcs, and everyone dumped their old models. So there's
Yeah,
all these broken plastic bits. You get them
yeah,
for pennies on the dollar, and if you have plastic cement, no plastic model is ever broken. So
that's
you
true.
put
Yeah.
plastic cement modeling putty, and you can take these broken models that no one wants because they're old, and you've got a whole army, right? Like
The problem with the old Eldar is their lead, and
oh yeah,
the lead models are actually shit to paint. They're actually terrible. I got an old Karandras, the Striking
mhm.
Scorpions Exarch, and I used to love this model. I used to love this guy. And after painting like the new crisp, well-produced plastic, I realized how fucking difficult it is to make him look good. I mean, he came out all right in the end, so I was quite happy with him. But like, like the new models, there's definitely improvement there.
Mhm. When I didn't play, I got a Grand Inquisitor Karamazov model because I like the book Brothers Karamazov, and it's been sitting in my. But it's metal, and I don't know how to paint that. That's gonna be a nightmare. If I ever paint it, it's gonna be a
It's
nightmare.
basically the same. You've just got to make sure you undercoat it properly. Whereas on the plastic stuff, it's not too bad. You don't have to worry about that much. But the thing
Yeah.
is, like there's a smoothness to the plastic that you notice is missing on the lead.
Oh yeah, yeah, and also lead's hard. You can't mold lead. You can't
Yeah, you can't customize it.
you can't be like, oh, there is such thing as a broken. They're not lead. They're pewter, I think. But
Well, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I just said lead because
Yeah. Well, pewter used to be lead, and then they changed they never realized that if you go back to Victorian times and say pewter, the mixture is like half lead, and then these
yeah,
days pewter mixture is like almost all tin, right?
yeah,
With some
yeah,
nickel and stuff mixed in. It's weird. I didn't know they could do that. Like it's like literally like they changed what the actual metal was in definition. They
yeah,
pulled
yeah, yeah.
a "what is a woman" game on us. I need to get going on these super chats though. Speaking of woes, is there any chance Carl will bury the hatchet with him?
Well, I don't
Uh,
have a problem. He's the one who has a problem with me.
yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
I just can't have him spurging at me all the time.
Yeah, I don't consider people find way too many reasons to fight in these
Yeah,
spheres, and there was like, oh, I'm in the right, he's in the wrong, and there was this fight between Keith Woods and Academic Agent this year, and
yeah,
I'm just like, I don't even know Keith Woods, and I've never
yeah,
been really a big fan of his, but I'm just not doing this. I have enough enemies. I don't need more enemies.
yeah, yeah,
Um, people need to stop getting into this drama stuff or whatever, right?
yeah.
Anyway, a Society Man says for $5, the left is shedding a lot of art that once claimed was inherently left wing. Many great movies and books created before the 2000s have a distinctly right wing smell to them when viewed in the current year. They're not enchanting
Harry
anymore, and
Potter.
they know it. Oh, heck. That's just delightful. The fact that all the left wing is now essentially going after J.K. Rowling and has declared her a heretic is.
But I keep saying this: Harry Potter is an intrinsically right-wing setting.
It is. It is for
I
sure.
don't know why the right isn't like, yeah, hello, fellow right-wingers. You like Harry Potter too, eh?
Well, the problem is that they made the right wingers the bad guys. Like House Slytherin is obviously the right wing house, and
No, House Slytherin is the evil house. The very nature of the existence of the houses is right-wing. It is hierarchical. It is exclusive. You do not get to choose your house. Your house is chosen for you. These are intrinsically anti-left wing, and
everything
everyone
about the
loves
Harry
them.
Potter everything about the Harry Potter universe is intrinsically anti left wing. which is
Yes.
why the author Shitlibbery was always a dissonant element, and
Yep.
that's also why Dumbledore couldn't be canonically gay. I mean, he could be
I don't know
Brideshead.
whether he is or not, but like the
Well,
point is,
J.K. Rowling declared him such, but it's not in the text, right? So he could be Brideshead
yeah,
Revisited gay, but he could never be Dan Savage gay, because
right.
that's not something that could exist in that world. Only Brideshead Revisited style stuff could exist in the Harry Potter universe.
Well, I mean, right wingers should just be like, yeah, J.K. Rowling can suck it. She basically plagiarized England and the school, the private school system in England, and that's right wing. So it's right wing. In everything about Harry Potter is right wing. The propping up of the system itself is right wing. So cope and seethe.
Yeah, I want to do a Camp of the Saints meets Harry Potter crossover. It'd be epic. How Slytherin can be the good guys, right?
Hey man, no, House Slytherin are the bad guys.
Hogwarts is just overwhelmed by Muggles, and Slytherin is the only people who are willing to stop the votes before they tear down all the magic.
Gryffindor would absolutely stop it. Like, Gryffindor are lawful. They're the lawful good faction. So, okay, I mean, House Slytherin, the chaotic evil faction, would use that to their advantage. They'd be the ones spouting leftism.
I think Slytherin is actually good. I think that
they're evil.
Okay.
They're evil.
I wrote an entire essay about how you could imagine House Slytherin being the good guys this year.
Yeah,
so I'm
going
to stand by my
bad guys.
I know the word bearers are the bad guys too. I'm not saying I don't see their point, right?
No, but
I'm not trying to be a California hipster here, right?
The word bearers aren't really evil, right? Because I mean, Lorgar went around doing a lot of good.
Yes.
Right. And so it's not for the word bearers. It's not really evil, but Slytherin are just evil. They are not virtuous people. They're evil people. They go around committing vice. They lie. They cheat. They manipulate. Right. That's not what Lorgar did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, depending on the author, certainly, right? But
well, okay, that's the original story of it.
That's not what he should to make his character interesting. That's not what he should do. That. Okay,
but didn't he go around setting up like convents or whatever?
Yeah, he did, which is why all of the Sisters of Battle are singing the hymns that he wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like but he's not like a liar, a schemer. He did a virtuous thing. It was just against the Emperor.
This is why we're coming up against one of the contradictions in the Warhammer lore. But yeah, I agree with you. TPV Trangula says the left has been strategically disenchanting authentic things and mystifying and sanctifying their synthetic things. We are now waking up to the games these evil wizards have been playing on us. We need to become witch hunters and counter spells.
Well, no, we need to become no. We need to become Gandalfs. We must be able to re-enchant. Like when fucking Denethor's like, oh, abandon your post, all this stuff. No, you have to be the Gandalf who just clocks them on the head and says, no, prepare for battle. Okay, we have to re-enchant.
Or disenchant in the sense that we go up to Harvard and say, Harvard, your staff is broken. And,
Yeah, maybe. But the point is, we've got to have a magic of our own to counter the magic they use.
Absolutely. And I think that is slowly being discovered. And I am hopeful in this regard. I think that we're seeing sort of the few baby steps out in this direction currently. And we're just not willing to take large enough steps. Like Bukele is a good example. Like he's a shadow of a thing that will occur everywhere in its first very, very rough form.
Sorry, who's that? It kind of
Bukele in El Salvador.
Oh, yeah.
Generico says, dream of Imperium. Our emperor is coming. He is inevitable. I think that is absolutely true. I didn't hear your speech at the Wittenham conference, but it was entitled "We Are Inevitable," and that should be the slogan of the right. We are inevitable.
Yes, that's why I called it that, because if we believe in the cyclical nature of history and we're seeing we're on the downswing now, it is inevitable that we come up on the upswing after hard times have created strong men. So we're coming. Get used to it.
Yeah. And they have made us necessary.
Yes.
Creeper Weirdo for $3 USA. Dave, you might have thought on this. I remember saying somewhere that the best Christian stories don't have God directly. So prayer, worship, and trials, but no God. It came from a super chat
I
from
think
a
that's true.
shitlib. No, it came from a super chat, a shitlib, though. So, and he trails off. Um,
No, I think
uh,
that's true. And I think that's what makes Tolkien great. Like, you know, Tolkien's like, yeah, this is a Christian work, but he never mentions God, you know?
yeah, I mean, it
Embody the
can
thing.
work. So for instance, let's take two stories. Classic English stories. Sir Gawain is a classic Christian story
Mm-hmm.
that does not mention God.
Yep.
Bunyan's Pilgrim Progress is a classic English story that does, and I think it works. And and it can be seen like the C.S. Lewis thing too, or the thing is
Well, I
more
haven't
explicit.
read the Bunyan one, but the thing is, I think a lot of people are wary of essentially the didactic nature of consciously Christian works, right? Like you feel like you're about to get lectured, and if you don't already believe the premise, then there's no point giving the lecture, right?
Mhm.
And so that it just turns people off. Whereas if you just give them the Tolkien-esque story, they will find themselves in your world whether they like it or not.
And it's also true that it's impossible to write God into your story, which is why Jesus is an impossible character to put into a story,
Mm.
unless he's heavily allegorized, like in the Aslan thing, or
Mhm.
he's literally just repeating the words he spoke in the gospel.
Yeah,
So it's impossible to have Jesus just show up and deliver a lecture in
yeah,
fiction because you inevitably fail to accomplish what is meant to
yeah.
be.
And why do you even want that? That's not what you need.
Yeah, that's well, I know I would want it, but I don't think it's
Well, okay,
possible
yeah,
to
yeah.
achieve. Yeah. uh, TPV Triangula for another super chat says, Carl, Jesus Christ, God in flesh, became a particular man at a particular place to resolve the problem of the particular that you are trying to overcome. You fear Christianity because you do not understand Christianity. Well, similar to what was already asked, but I think very few people understand Christianity.
Well, look,
And
I'm not as ignorant on Christianity as you might think. I mean, I've read a
mm,
lot of things by Christians, and also I don't fear Christianity. I'm just not a believer, right? Like I spend a lot of my time supporting Christianity. Like
mhm.
very few atheists are as pro Christianity as I am, but I'm also just realistic about what I think is going to resonate with people.
I'm afraid of Christianity in a sense. I mean, I I don't know. I mean, God is kind of a scary concept. I find, uh, and it's something that I think we need to kind of relearn that primal fear of religion in a lot of ways, or the
Well,
religious fear. I think it's missing in our age.
well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if there's one thing that's missing in our age, it's a fear of God. That's definitely true.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot absent, but maybe we should start there.
Yeah.
Society Man for $3 says, as Bog Beef says, left wing heroes are all people who whine to the government for a living. None of their heroes are heroic.
Yep.
Um, yeah, I mean, I always found Malcolm X to be more heroic than Martin Luther King, um, who was distinctly more right wing. And
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
all their modern heroes, like there were a lot of the old lefties, you could say. I mean, like what's the guy? John Reed from made famous from the movie Reds was a leftist who went and fought in
Mm.
the Russian Revolution in like the 1920s,
Yeah.
and like that. I mean, I think the guy had disgusting politics, but like that was a heroic action.
Mm.
Where are the heroes like on the left wing these days? I mean, even if you have like the bread tubers, if you put all of the bread tube activists in a room together with all of us on the distant right, our personnel, I'm not saying that we're heroes or anything like that, but our personalities come across as more mature,
Yeah.
and less narcissistic across the board.
Well,
What
that's
left wing
because
is
we've got families and they don't.
yeah, that's for sure.
A lot of them chopped off their junk, so
Oh my god, it is tragic though, isn't it? When you
Oh
think
yeah,
about just how many bread tubers literally just castrated themselves, it's
yeah.
amazing.
ContraPoints is responsible for that too.
Oh, that was a trend. I think ContraPoints hopped on the bandwagon of this. This was going on. There's like Jesse Gender and like
Yeah.
I'm
No. I'm
revealing
not saying
myself to be.
ContraPoints invented it, but I think I believe that there are going to be lots of young leftists who went and finally got the surgery because ContraPoints made it cool.
There's going to be a degree of that, and we'll see what that's going to be. One hell of a backlash.
Yeah, right.
And you can tell ContraPoints is not their heart is not into this endeavor. I mean, if you look, they're not enjoying making films. Like I don't make videos as much as I used to because like the algorithm disadvantages them, and it's hard to find time with the family and the job. But you can tell that Natalie Wynn does not want to be making videos. They have to.
Yep. What are all those people on Patreon supporting you for, Natalie?
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting.
I looked at it the other day. It was like 7 or 8 months since the last video, and it's like fucking hell.
It's a video. Yeah, it's a video a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just like my dad would be like, "What are you doing? Go and get to work." But those people are paying you money. Do some work.
I've been told that work ethic is white, Carl. So be careful
It's certainly
about that.
Protestant.
Yeah, it was specifically Anglo-Saxon.
Yes.
I like that word.
Yeah, but my dad's an Englishman, so of course he's going to have it. Yeah, get to work.
Yeah, certainly the Irish don't have that kind of ethic, but whatever.
No, they do not.
But I actually find that very endearing about the Irish, and anyway, we're not going to get into ethnic squabbles between people from the British Isles, but anyway, Johnny DeWitt for $5. Happy New Year's, gentlemen. As for the statue question, I would agree with Morgoth that Jim of Mr. Medicare fame was the last cowboy of the internet and deserves a small private statue, at the very least, to commemorate that era. Well, I mean, Mr. Medicare certainly embodied an era of the internet, but he's completely out of place in 2023. There's no need. Like, Mr. Medicare doesn't make sense in 2023. Like,
what's he even do now?
Well, he had a horrible medical problem that I hope he's over.
Yeah.
The problem is that the thing is that I mean, maybe if you were like Sam Hyde, that could work. But the problem is that Mr. Medicare completely embodied his genius, completely embodied the spirit of 2015 to 2019. But after 2019, when the lockdowns happened, Morgoth said it the best, right? 2021 to 2022 was the year the internet stopped laughing.
Yeah.
And if you do not have a way to fill the space in between the laughter at how stupid your enemies are, winter is going to kill you. And I think that Mr. Medicare, he's a brilliant comedian, but his worldview doesn't work in the present. And Nick Fuentes' worldview works better now than his does. And I think you need to reinvent himself to be relevant in this age. And this is one of the reasons why you need to give people time before you declare them worthy of a statue, because a man should be like Thomas More, a man for all seasons. The mark of a good man is constancy of character. Can you be the same person year after year after year, season after season after season? And if you can, then that is something that might be worth celebration, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's something, I think that the personality of Mr. Medicare, the comedian, only existed in a narrow band of time. And if he were to reemerge, God willing, with that medical problem taken care of, he would have to reinvent himself in some radically new way to be able to interact with this age that we currently find. There's too many serious questions You
Yeah, just
know?
to be clear, it's just things aren't fucking funny anymore.
Yeah.
Things are serious, actually.
Yeah. And
Like
we can
we can't
laugh.
just because the problem. No, like the situation isn't funny. Like because the assumption that always underlied Jim's comedy was that actually you were going off the beaten path, right? You were the one who's going off of a preset sort of continuum where
Mm.
now he's just sat firmly on that cart that's going along and laughing and pointing as he goes past, right? But actually that's going straight into fucking hell. You are about to literally drop
Yeah.
off a cliff into the jaws of Satan himself, and that's just not funny. That
Well, I mean,
position isn't funny.
there is this thing as gallows humor, like that famous Coen
Mhm.
Brothers joke, first time, right? You know that one where they're getting hung. Have you
I'm
seen
British. I'm very familiar with gallows humor.
but you can't. Gallows humor is like, making a joke as you're wheeled up to the guillotine. That's
Yeah.
self-deprecating. You can't be like, oh, look at that asshole who's about to cut my head off.
Yeah,
You can't.
Jim was never gallows humor. Jim was
Yeah,
never gallows
exactly.
humor.
And he'll need to
Jim was humor from a secure position that the
yes.
establishment is right, right, and
Well,
actually,
a secure position that if the establishment was wrong, it would self-defeat itself.
well, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, okay, that's a better way of framing it. The principles upon which society are running are fundamentally right, and everything's going fine. And the problems are because of the failings of the individual human beings, and it's just like, well, that's just not true, actually. And
Yeah.
so now it looks like the laughter of the damned.
Yeah, and that's why I think he'd have to reinvent himself to be in. And he's a very talented comedian. I wouldn't put it past him, but he
He's a
would
very
have to.
talented man,
Yeah.
generally. Like he used to do thoughtful videos, believe it or not, and they were really good, actually.
Mhm.
And it's disappointing that you got kind of audience captured by the lazy, like just react to some stupid bottom of the barrel thing and rake
Mhm.
in super chats. Genuinely disappointing that kind of audience capture happened to him because he had so much actual potential, man.
I don't think it was so much a personal failing. I just think it was. I mean, we all got blindsided by the change in the times, right?
No, no, it was a personal failing. This happened before the times changed.
Okay, well, you might know more about it than I'll have to move
I
on
definitely
here.
do, and it's definitely a personal failing of his.
All right. Happy New Year's, gentlemen. Okay, I already read that one. Fred Rogers is Scripper Weirdo. Fred Rogers deserved a statue because the little guy who believes in things matters. Also, we
Who?
could do better with him. Uh, we could do better with him than boys are boys and girls are girls. What is Fred Rogers? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know who
um,
Fred Rogers is.
no, Mr. Rogers, the
Oh,
Protestant pastor who was on the PBS show, right?
yeah, it was never a thing in England.
It's such an American phenomenon.
I'm
I mean,
aware,
it's
yeah.
such like his attitude is the quintessential high church Protestant American I mean, he is literally the class of people that got essentially absorbed and abolished by progressivism, right? Like
Yeah,
Jordan Peterson's a little bit in that mode too, you know.
yeah, yeah,
Um, uh, it's like, oh, where did Protestantism's brain go? Oh, here it is in Jordan Peterson, right?
yeah,
Because in America, what happened is that the intellectual elite of the Protestants all got absorbed into these hyper liberal persuasions,
yeah,
and then what remained of Christianity became kind of this very very low church evangelicalism, and American Christianity hasn't been able to put itself back together since then.
yeah.
So, and Mr. Rogers is an excellent a moral model. It's it would be a weird statue to have, but it would be really good. Cindy,
Good.
I was wondering if we have any patronage networks for the hypothetical dissident theater kid. I'm making a video game right now that may teach Zoomers right-wing values. It will be called Clash of Melodies, and I plan to do a fundraiser at the end of January. Interesting. Theater kids are always a problem for the right wing because we have a hard time recruiting them and keeping them. But I don't know. Maybe people at New Founding could help with that, or Exit Group. There's also a element of the Basque Weavers that does business connections as well. You might want to look into. Brits Imperial says for $5, shout out to the two men who most influenced my content. David and Carl, what's your favorite Loyalist Space Marine chapter? Do you have a favorite one?
Well, I've got a Dark Angels army.
Yeah, that's a good one.
They're just cool.
Yeah, I like
They're
the Blood
edgy.
Angels.
They're the Generation X army.
Yeah, they are kind of they're kind of the aloof ones.
Yeah.
I'll pick I don't really have loyalist favorites in the same way that I have the word bearers, but I do kind of like the Blood Angels to be they're the emo counter note to the goth brooding Dark Angels. So there you go.
I've got a loyalist faction that I fucking hate.
Which one?
Space Wolves.
Space Wolves. Oh, that's a Thousand Suns player. There you go.
No. No. I'm only very recently a Thousand Suns player. I used to have Nurgle armies, right? When I played Chaos when I was young. I didn't care. I never really looked into the Thousand Suns, but I still hated the fucking Space Wolves for being the least edgy of the Space Marine chapters. The Space
more than
Wolves,
Ultramarines.
well, the Ultramarines are not trying to be edgy, right? The Ultramarines portray themselves as the good boys, right? They do the right thing in all circumstances. They're the lawful good faction. But the Space Wolves are like, oh, look how scary and alternative we are. It's like, yeah, but you do literally all the good boy things. You're not in any way edgy. You don't have any dark secrets like the Dark Angels. You've got nothing. You're just like plot armored like dogs, and I don't like them.
They're the Ed Sheeran of the Loyal Space Marine.
Yes. And yet they wear this aesthetic that would have them be like, oh, isn't this cool energy? No, it's all fake. You're all gay.
Okay, Darth Calhoun. I'll read them both at once. Carl, the suit might work for the average man and bourgeoisie of European culture, but for the warrior caste in the modern attire, the high collar is an identifiable attribute of my caste. The suit and tie doesn't fit my caste. I am an NCO in the U.S. Army. The suit has been imposed upon us by the American elite prior to World War II. We had high collars, and it fit our character within the civilization. Well,
okay.
I appreciate the thinking outside of the tie thing, but
well, no, that's fine. I'm not saying that you and your culture and your thing. I'm not saying that what I'm going to do is universal. I'm giving it as an example of a rite of passage we used to go through but don't, right? And so you know, different subcultures, different areas will have their own rites of passage. It's just this was the one in England, and so this is the one I'm going to pick up.
I think we could invert this. We could. I think we need to be innovators of the wardrobe at this time, but I will keep on going.
Return to tradition.
Some traditions need modification. Julio for $5. Uno reverse.
Traditions are a living thing, says Dave.
The living wardrobe is I believe in that. Julio for $5 is everything that Aaron requires for a victory was achieved in the Bud Light boycott. Yet he is not happy the boycott ended. Need to learn to take W's. He says Aaron, but I think he means Aaron.
Oh right.
But boycotts only work if they are basically forever. Corporations do not have problems with temporary liquidity traps. Certainly not ones as big as Anheuser-Busch or what is it, Bevan, whatever the parent company of Anheuser-Busch is.
Like I don't know, but like the boycott is fine, but it's only ever a temporary thing.
Yeah, you've got to get the money away from them permanently and redirect it to your own networks. Yeah. We need to have a list of aligned beer makers that we can actually buy beer from, preferentially.
Ultra right beer.
And not dad beer. I want something that I would not be ashamed to order. And not that I really drink beer anymore, but, you know, I'm not like a
big drinker.
Yeah, I loved beer. And
really?
Then I was like,
you don't strike me as a type. You strike me as a wine drinker.
No, I can't stomach wine very well, and I'm a Californian too. Every time
That's
I go
to
Well, yeah. Every time I go to wine tastings, I always get the stomach ache. I don't know what it
Huh.
is about the stuff. I mean, I'm trying to get into it now, but it's tough. I was always kind of a Portland hipster who drank IPAs.
Ah,
I'm recovering. I'm recovering. Um, but these days with a kid who has time to drink, right?
yeah, right.
Ben White, yeah, Ben White for $5. What do you think about the news of Destiny's divorce with his wife? I do not wish him ill, but I thought it was a fitting event for somebody who defended polyamory to his large fan base. There
Well,
must
I
be
mean,
protections
listen,
against the fleeting emotions of women. Um, this is the most
everyone saw it
predictable.
coming.
Everybody saw this
Yeah,
coming.
yeah,
It's the most predictable thing imaginable. And
yeah,
it's always like, well, you can't prove it's going to happen. Yeah, but I can infer that it's going to happen based on the behavior.
yeah.
You
I
know,
can't prove something that hasn't happened yet. Well, that's definitely tautologically true, but it's still going to happen.
yes, and I do worry that Destiny. I mean,
Has learned
Destiny's one of
nothing.
my. Yeah, not only that, you're worried about ContraPoints. The thing is with ContraPoints is that ContraPoints literally convinced nobody. They just sold to a pre-existing audience of progressives that were going in that direction anyway.
Yeah, but I think ContraPoints pushed
Destiny
people over the edge.
actually changed people's minds. Like
Mm,
he turned people back to the left. Like of
mm.
all the people on the internet, he actually changed people's minds, and I'm very worried that people followed him and these idiotic attitudes towards relationships that everyone can see are wrong. You know?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, to answer the question, everyone fucking knew it. I'm
Yeah.
sure Destiny somewhere in his heart knew it too.
Though someone brought this up to me, like you could. I don't remember who said this, but someone said that Destiny found this woman in a polycule. Like in the future, young Chad men are just going to raid polycules of attractive women, and like they'll find the one girl in the polycule, and they'll just sweep her off her feet and get her out of there because there's all these like weird arrangements in these hyper progressive areas where all these
Yeah,
ugly men are in a polycule, and there's like one passable woman in that group. I mean,
yeah.
if ever there needed to be a Viking raid to carry away the women from, you know,
Yep, yep. That's the Christian opinion. Bring
yeah.
back
Well,
Vikings to save women from polycules.
hey, if the Viking raid is standing in between the woman being sacrificed on the altar of Slanesh, then I say pull a Conan the Barbarian and snatch that big boob woman off the altar to the snake god and take her home to be like the barbarian queen of New Chadistan or whatever the hell, right? I
That is
mean,
a
there's a
good
time.
position to hold.
Yeah, there's a time for some Evolian masculinity, and saving women from polycules is certainly it.
I agree.
Um,
That's so great.
I,
That's a great quote. I might tweet
I
that
can't
out.
I can't remember. There's a I think it was John Carter who was about how could Chad men steal women, and he had this image of like a Chad men disrupting yoga classes and carrying off women strung across their.
Do it.
Yeah. It was a
Thing
very
is, they all
evocative
read
image.
fucking romance novels about you doing it. They're just
I
waiting.
know. No, but someone said that you could. This actually does work because women get themselves into these situations where they're in these
Mm.
feminist like open relationships, and they're just waiting for a guy to actually commit to them. And
Oh
so if
yeah.
you come in and you have more masculine energy than their feminist boyfriends, which all do,
It's
like
not even about masculine energy. All it is about
yeah,
possessiveness, right? This is what happened to Destiny. He got absolutely cucked by a more feminine man than him because this
yeah,
feminine man was more possessive. That's it.
exactly.
He
Because the
made more
feminine men,
demands.
he was willing to actually take control. It's
Yeah.
it's funny, but like he had a stronger grip because of his clinginess than Destiny had
A
due to his
will to
will.
power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so like women only feel the action. They don't feel the motivating spirit. That's too abstract for women. Women are very material creatures. And so if you're hugging them harder,
Disavow,
then
disavow.
what you don't think women are spiritual, but their spirituality is very worldly,
I'm
you
not
know?
saying I don't feel it. I'm just saying I disavow what you're saying.
Oh. Okay, I'm very comfortable in my misogynistic interpretations of female attitudes.
Oh man, on Twitter the other day, I posted something about 40k, right?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be female Space Marines because Space Marines are male representation. End of story.
Yeah.
And one, a bunch of lefties found this and they're like, "Ee!" And one was like, thinly veiled misogyny noted. I'm like, you don't know who the fuck I am.
Yeah, on that same tweet, I was joking with Aiden Paladin about how the Sisters of Battle, the Sisters of Battle and the Eldar, which are both female factions or female coded factions, they're more how women imagine themselves. Women don't actually fight, but it's more how they imagine themselves fighting. Either as the embattled martyrs holding up the banner of righteousness as they slog it out with the help of divinity, or as sexual witches that are tricking you or whatever. Women do not imagine themselves as busting
Space
down
Marines.
doors in power armor, slamming chainsaws into the faces of heretics and then stepping on them. That's not how they imagine themselves. I mean, not that they even care about Warhammer, period. But
no, but if they do, they don't. They're not the Space Marines, and they know they're not the Space Marines.
They're not, and exactly, right. Here's someone says $10 for the BattleTech talk. Thank you, but I want to add one objection to BattleTech. Okay, just a question, Sargon. If you're a defender of BattleTech, answer me this: why are there not kaiju?
Why? Oh, kaiju.
Kaiju. Why can't my giant robots fight like some Cthulhu thing that comes from an extra-dimensional space? It could even be an interesting political dimension, like the White Walkers from Game of Thrones.
Why isn't it Pacific Rim, right?
Yeah, not they could be fighting amongst each other in mechs and go hey guys, there's extra-dimensional entity that's going to consume the universe. We have to unify, maybe lurking in the background. It would make it so much more evocative, right? And it would also add kind of a tyrannid dimension of it would add a dimension of inherent racing against the clock or something like that to the drama or whatever.
So I'm not at all adverse to the idea, but there aren't any there really aren't alien races in BattleTech. It's all humans. It's all human politics.
So no. I'm not talking about Vulcans. I'm talking about some unknowable.
I know. But what I mean is that the scenario is all based around human politics, and so the universe exists in the state that it is because of a series of political decisions, and it's about essentially a kind of human civil war that's going on, based on the old. I don't want to say liberal, but it is the sort of democratic perspective versus the tribal perspective of the clans, right? The sort of heroic warrior perspective of the clans. The kaiju thing, I think it would be cool. Give me a couple of fucking models of space monsters that can be a different kind of thing that could fight on the board, right? That is cool. I can understand why the people who make BattleTech haven't thought of doing that though.
Yeah, it would disrupt what they're doing. Yeah, it would make a cool solitaire variant. Yeah, it make a cool solitaire variant too.
Oh, but no. It would be an awesome thing to have in it. It would just be very outside of what the universe is about,
Yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. BattleTech feels a little bit more mono palette than Warhammer's multi palette too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But like I said, it's not a terrible idea for a place for BattleTech to expand to. That would be cool.
Yeah. Someone, Garfellow Roosevelt says, "Have you ever seen the Barry Woltz, Alex Jones Warhammer edits?" I certainly have.
Well, yeah, is it with Guardsman Joe and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's Alex Jones and his head's in a Space Marine body, and he's saying something about.
They're amazing. Yeah, because his language fits entirely. I love the Guardsman Joe one where Joe Rogan is just the Guardsman being skeptical. Alex Jones is the Grey Knight being the demons or whatever, and it's so good and it fits perfectly.
Perfect. Creeper Weirdo for $3. We're coming to the end. Do you ever who the DR doesn't give enough love to? Robert E. Howard. There are a lot to mind. Wait, how is it? How do we not give enough credit to Robert E. Howard? People talk about him constantly. The creator of Conan the Barbarian.
I never see it. I never see people talk about Conan.
Really? I mean, I personally would prefer they give some credit to his other creations. Like, well, I mean, this has been done to death, but Solomon Kane was pretty cool.
I never read that, but I read Conan.
He's the, I mean, he's the model for all Warhammer Inquisitors. All Warhammer Inquisitors are
Oh,
Solomon
really?
Kane ripoffs. Yeah, he's like in Robert E. Howard fashion. He's an actual like he's literally like uh, Oliver Cromwell's right hand man that decides to go abroad, and so he's wandering through like Asia and Africa, like
Right, right,
as this like flame wielding Puritan, like
right.
blonde muscle man with like the classic witch hunter's cap. That's the
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome.
copied by Vampire Hunter D. Also, if you're a big
Man,
fan
I
of
saw a
that,
fucking tweet the other day. It was like, white people don't have any drip. And it's like, you fucking heathen. You don't know what you're talking about.
And I say this as a swarthy continental, but I really do wish they could bring back the Anglo-Saxon blonde Superman. I miss that archetype. Robert Redford was our last one in American. Kind of a little bit. You get that from Ryan Gosling and Brad Pitt, but whatever happened to the square jawed, good boy? I
Yeah, I
miss that.
agree.
I
The
miss that.
uncomplex hero.
Yeah. I don't know. We disagree, but Robert Howard is really good. I love him.
His writing style is lovely. Like, it's very, very lovely.
It's very enthusiastic. I love
Yeah,
how you can feel him getting excited about the thing while you're reading it, and that's the mark of a good writer. I never was
yeah.
able to do that in my writing. Well, maybe I will be one day, but
The
Owen's
thing,
yeah,
well, just
yeah,
a quick thing on Robert Howard. Like, he could. He sounds like he could have been writing at the time of Plutarch or um, any ancient author. He's got this very lyrical way of writing, which I really appreciate.
yeah. It's actually the exact opposite of Lovecraft, which is very
Yeah,
laborious
yeah,
and wordy.
yeah,
Which is kind of a tradition of like the idea of writing out everything longhand and recopying it.
yeah,
Robert E. Howard is writing in the mode of an orator,
yeah, yeah,
almost like
yeah,
a caller, like sing
yeah.
muse of Achilles, right? I mean,
Whence
obviously,
came Conan winding down the mountain and things like this? It's like that
yeah,
is just
yeah.
lovely. I love it.
And you can see like the Homeric influence in that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Homeric is
Yeah, yeah. Owen Zaleski says, "Hello, gents. It's great to hear from you both. I always enjoy listening to the two guys that help me see things in a new way from 2016 onward. I'm working on entries for Passage Prize fiction, poetry, and art. What do you guys think of the theme of a survival guide to the current year? Any advice? Well, as fiction, that sounds interesting. Like as a poem, I don't even know what you're really cooking up there, right? Because
yeah. I just I don't know. I don't really have any advice, to be honest.
well, I mean,
What advice would
just
I give?
the one thing that I would give as somebody who's read one of the Passage Prize, the best what distinguishes a good short story or poem, it was make it smell like something that's actually in the real world and not so much like the internet. Reading things that sound like they come off the internet in print is a little bit jarring, and I never really
Yeah,
like it very much. Um, Being able to write like you want to see the thing in print and in physical print is something that is a skill that we millennials in particular have to learn, especially on the right, where so much of our culture is. And it's so tragic because I feel like there was a lot of talent that was neglected by the universities and liberal arts when it came from young straight white men who were conservative. I think we all got shoved
well, it's only
into
because it was.
engineering. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, you hear like Joyce Carol Oates, like, we just don't accept white male authors in the
Yeah,
publishing houses anymore. And like Joyce Carol Oates was the editor for every single short story collection that came out between like the late 90s and the late 2000s. She was the person who gatekept that entire area.
yeah.
And we didn't get any of them. And, we have to learn how to write like actual writers and not like internet schizophrenics, and I say that loving many internet schizophrenics
And I
because
say
I'm one
that
of them.
as an internet schizophrenic.
Yeah, I say that as an internet schizophrenic
Yeah.
myself, right? Seneca for $5. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Thank you very much. Seneca for $5 again. Why are there no aliens in BattleTech? Dave, those are the clanners. Their warrior ethos and culture is completely alien to the inner sphere, industrialized warfare. Yeah, but when I say
But they're still human.
aliens, yeah, no, but the kaiju, and this is what too, the reason why the kaiju would be non-disruptive to the politics is I want the kaiju to not have politics. I want them to be like the Tyranids, or even more like demonic, like Lovecraft type stuff, right? I want them to not like the clanners. I'm not really hip on the lore, but they still have politics with the clanners, right? It's still like
yeah. It's for them. It's Homeric politics, right?
okay, fair enough, right? But like I want no politics. Kaiju lands on the planet. The mech warriors or whatever have to get this thing before it kills off the civilian population through some kind of horrible
the
Lovecraftian
problem is
means.
like BattleTech isn't like a mystical universe. It's a very mechanical universe. So it would feel out of place.
I can't think of kaiju being out of place maybe this is just my Japanese influence. Kaiju never seem out of place in the story about giant robots. I know that there have been many stories that have not featured that, but for me, when I see a giant robot, kind of want him fighting a kaiju.
I'm not saying that wouldn't be awesome, because it would. I'm just saying once you know sort of the lore of BattleTech, he is right. The sort of democratic, industrialized civilization fighting against the Homeric civilization is thematically correct, And I'm at the point now, obviously you begin with, oh, well, I hope we defeat these clanners. But obviously I'm at the point now where I'm like, fucking crush them, clanners, crush them. Like they've got too many fucking pronouns.
Well, I have to look into that. For me, BattleTech was always just a board game that sat underneath, so there's a Catan in my stack of board games. But I have to learn up on the lore. Yeah.
Honestly, there is more to it.
Yeah, I know vaguely, right? Dreadnought for $5. One of the reasons there aren't kaiju in BattleTech is that it eschews aliens. It wants to make the point that we destroy ourselves, all by ourselves. There's no golden age that we won't fuck up. No regime that lasts forever. It's the anti-Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah. Warhammer. You can be anti-Star Trek and still have aliens. I know. I mean, aliens would have ruined Dune, and I love Dune, right?
Yeah. But the thing is about Warhammer is that the idea of magic and aliens and all that is contingent on the main plot hook of the philosophy of it, which is the Emperor is fundamentally a liar, right?
Yeah, he's fundamentally a false god.
Yeah, and there are real gods, and he's not one of them. And
it does imply that there is a god of order too, but I respect the fact that that's not ever explicated in the plot.
But like, and then the Emperor sort of takes on the strength of a god and the position of a god, and so like the great irony of the new atheist emperor being like, oh, there are no gods. No, you are the god. Like this kind of magicalness is built into 40k, and it makes the setting edgy and cool and make sense. But BattleTech just isn't about that.
Yeah, it's harder for my brain to process BattleTech. I always thought that the Japanese ones did have a the Japanese mecha things always did have a mystical dimension to them.
Yeah, but BattleTech's very Western. Very Western.
Yeah.
BattleTech is
more like Top Gun almost.
Sorry?
It's almost more like Top Gun,
Yeah. But BattleTech, right? The sort of ethos of the game is the sort of like main moral conundrum is genuinely, what does the industrial civilization do when it encounters the Homeric civilization? And it turns out the Homeric civilization has the power to win. How does it handle heroism and virtue and things like that?
Well, it sounds like there's more to it than I'm giving it credit for. So I will submit to your greater knowledge on that for sure.
And I'm no expert on BattleTech either, just to be clear.
Yeah, no. Well, I think very few people are, but yeah, I would love to learn more and play more of that game because it certainly is a fun board game. Sea Crow for $3. Thoughts on Tim Gordon's case for patriarchy? How necessary do you two see the project of explicitly countering feminism? be a cultural tradition or scientific augmentation.
Have I not done enough videos yet? Like fucking hell,
okay. But I mean, we are entering the point at the point where we have all these female secretaries of state in the various states abolishing democracy because the HR because the TV told them. We're getting to the point where we need to radically reevaluate and resituate female political power. Female political power must extend through interpersonal relationships with men.
Well, female political power should be bound up in the family.
Exactly. Right. Female political power should extend through her sons and her husbands. And women don't even really want to wield sovereignty. Like that woman who unilaterally took Trump off the ballot. The first thing she does is to sort of disown the agency of her own decision. Did you recognize that when you saw her explain?
No, I didn't read the tweet.
Well, it's her on TV. She's like, "Well, I had no choice. He's an insurrectionist, So
I
know it's unprecedented, but like I just had to do what was required of me by this other body because it's been well known through expert class that like I didn't even really have a choice. Like, it's all this like the most authoritative, precedent-breaking, anti-democratic decision of our age has just been
and
taken
she's not
by
even
women,
proud
and
of
she's
it.
not even owning it. She's not even like, oh yeah, I took this decision because I now am wielding the power to do the right thing for the country.
Yeah.
No, it's all someone else's decision.
Yeah.
I'm not saying women can't have power. Women should have power. But I think that the way we've conceptualized power, both of men and women in the democratic age, is something is fundamentally wrong with it because there's no ownership.
Quick question then. Do you think the problem comes from the purpose of democracy in providing accountability and women tending to avoid accountability?
The problem is fundamentally in democracy first. Women just make the problem a lot easier to see.
Well, no. Like, rather than getting esoteric on it, right? So democracy will sell itself saying, well, this is the accountable method of government, right? And in a way, I think there's some truth to that. And is there something about women's natural proclivity to avoid accountability that makes them unsuitable for office in a democratic society?
I mean, I don't think that women are unilaterally like Margaret Thatcher was a perfectly fine. I mean, I didn't even like her politics. Like, I disagree with what she did, but her attitude towards the office was fundamentally a masculine one, right?
It was a very manly attitude, yeah.
I mean, I think that the thing is that women kings and women acting as men to wield power has always been a thing. But I think there's a problem when the problem of the democratic temptation is always to essentially take your decision and blame it on the voters. And that's one of the reasons. Well, I won't get into people who've done that in the past, but this is a very big temptation for women in particular, especially when they have not been trained by men to wield power as
well, this is what I mean about female accountability.
Yeah, I think
you externalize it on someone else.
Yeah, and I think that it takes a very particular kind of women to be an actual ruler, like a Margaret Thatcher or a Cleopatra, I don't like half these people, or Catherine de Medici or whatever. But these people are they do not do this, and it's a fundamentally anti-democratic instinct. When the interaction of democracy and the female mind come into play, that's where you start having problems. And it's not just a female problem, because we live in a society of effeminized men too. So everyone's doing this right now.
Yeah.
But
which is why Bukele is such a great example.
Oh yeah. The guy
is taking responsibility as a man.
Yeah, and his family looks great too. It's just that I don't know if he'll ultimately pull it off, but he's hitting all of the right notes up until where we are right now.
And just what I really loved about this Christmas video, just a quick thing, is just he has a genuine smile when he's looking at his kids. Like the smile, you can see it touches his eye, the corner of his eyes. and like the kid does something, you see an extra smile come out because he wasn't expecting the kid to do something silly or whatever. And so you can genuinely see the pride and love that he has pouring through it. And it's just like, I can't imagine a single one of our fucking political leaders just being like that.
And his wife is like, she's obviously matriarchal and powerful, but
Yes.
not in a grasping way, not like a
Oh
Hillary
no.
Clinton. Like, I deserve to be. You don't get the sense that she's going to be like, now I deserve to be president after my husband, right?
Yeah.
There's no like Indira Gandhi. There's no like Hillary Clinton,
Yeah.
like yuck factor in that whole thing. Like, she is there to lead the nation and be responsible for it in her own way.
She's there to be the mother of the nation while he'll be the father of the nation.
Exactly, right? And there's no need to go beyond that, right?
And she's not competing for his spot.
Yes, precisely, right? And nothing more to be said about that. More explanations about kaiju. Fully explaining why aliens, even kaiju, would ruin BattleTech is much too long for a super chat, but it would totally destroy the focus on the flawed nature of man and its utopian political projects. Well, I guess this is me not respecting the depth of BattleTech.
Yeah, it is well hidden, to be honest. Like, it took a long time for me to find it. So
yeah, for me, it just seems like an underdeveloped Neogenesis Evangelion or
yeah,
a
no,
Top Gun.
it's not. It's just it hides itself very well for some reason.
Fair enough. I do like the idea of a nation of German robot makers, though, and so that's interesting. Black Pants Legion is the place to start for BattleTech lore. I've actually subscribed to that channel, but I don't have time to watch the videos. I barely have time to watch. There's videos of people that I absolutely love that I just haven't had the time to watch.
Oh yeah, tell me about it, man.
It's so, especially this year, 2023, the amount of great content coming out of Substack alone has been like, I have to make decisions about what I watch and consume. There's so much good stuff. And so all I can say is I wish we had more money to pay people to write books and to create academic communities so that this stuff could get focused and archived and could develop thought in a much more productive direction. But that's something we're going to have to build ourselves in the next year or multiple years or decades. So
Start a non-profit.
We have the nonprofits are starting. We just need to steer them in the right direction, I would say. All right, last super chat of the night before my voice completely fails is Dreadnought for $3. Democracy makes the woman in power problem worse because it makes power a popularity contest, which exacerbates the woman's desire for social approval. That I couldn't say that better myself.
That's very good.
Yeah, I mean, because when power is a popularity contest, it basically hijacks the agency women naturally have and the loyalty women naturally have. Just like social media is also like social media is porn for women.
Yeah,
it takes their instincts and totally manipulates them in strange ways. But thank you guys for the super chats. My voice is completely gone. I will say, Carl, thank you so much for showing up. Can I see how the mini is going?
Yeah, so what I'm doing at the moment, I like to use, I don't know whether you can see it.
Kind of. It's not really in focus.
No, it's blurry. Hang on a second.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
I like to use bronze on the joints and then silver on the gun, right? Because just to break up the color, really, so you can see it like different tones on it, because otherwise it looks samey and boring.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do it in weird garish colors because otherwise it looks gay. So you can see like the sort of like load bearing or like high impact areas like on the back, like that's silver to represent steel, but the bits that don't necessarily need that, just they look cool in bronze, to be honest. And it just breaks up the color scheme a bit, but it's coming along quite well. I'm happy with it. Looks, you can't really say it. I'm also working on a Black Knight, which again you can't really see. This color scheme I'm doing yellow on as well as the green. I'm not sure I'm happy with it though. It is not coming. It's not focusing.
It's not focusing quite yet. There we go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm happy with the yellow on it. It's kind of the striking scorpions color, but I'm trying it. I might just paint over that, to be honest. But you can see the sort of like the brass on the back there.
For me, the spaceship mechs always look better than the humanoid ones, but that's just me. Also, I
yeah,
heard you could have tanks and like infantry in the game too, which I had a friend who had those ones, and they were a lot of
yeah.
fun.
But the question is always, why the fuck would I want that? Like, I've got a game of giant walking robot mechs. Why would I want tanks?
I
No,
must
give
be
me the fucking mechs.
I must be really spiritually misunderstanding the appeal of this game, like at a fundamental aesthetic level, because every one of my instincts about what should be in BattleTech is fundamentally misaligned with what most BattleTech fans think should be in the game. So this might be one where it's just outside of my aesthetic imagination to appreciate this
Well,
particular nerdy miniature game. But there you go.
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, it's a lot better than you think, and the actual rule set itself is fantastic. Like the rule set for BattleTech has basically not changed in 35 years,
Mhm.
because it just got it right early on, and so you don't need to change it. You know, the function of the weapons. I mean, they've added a few new things here and there, but like the basis of the game has remained exactly the same as it was when I was playing it when I was 14. So I was very pleased to be able to just pick it up and go, oh, this is all exactly as I remember.
Yeah, I don't. I think Games Workshop is just terrible at making rules. You know.
They're terrible at rules, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is why IP needs to die. But that's a subject of another time. Anyway, I will say good night, Carl, and
My
thanks so
pleasure,
much
man.
for thanks for coming on the stream. It's always so much fun to talk about events
Yeah,
with you. I get to talk about anything for hours, but good luck on
yeah,
the
definitely.
painting, and
Thank you.
hopefully I'll see you on X and streams in the future. And good luck
Obviously.
and good luck with the Lotus Eaters for 2024. You guys are going really strong. I have a feeling that the 2024 election is going to be a banner year for what your project is.
I really
In the
hope so,
coming years.
actually. I
Yeah.
really hope so. We'll probably have to do like an all night fucking stream or something. But
Oh yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure it'll be fun.
There's going to be a good demand for what you guys produce in some way, shape, or form. It's just we're trying
Yeah.
to match the corporate configuration that allows us to do the things that we need to do. Because, as you said, we are necessary. We
We are
are
inevitable.
we are inevitable, and they made us necessary. So,
Yeah.
with that, guys, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.